But was he alone?
No, he's on the garbage folder. So you knew his brother was sitting there.
See, that's, who was driving?
You got a text. You just got a text. Call it.
I got some people here. I might explain something about the text. I want you to know. Anyway, I'm sure that's why I saw that first time, so there is a mistake on it too, so.
I mean, I don't usually have a problem with it, but they do, but.
The only problem I have is.
Which used to.
I do have a problem with all the don't get me wrong, but there's reasons that are acceptable. And. Hi, Mayor. Hey, how are you, Mr. Martinez? Thank you.
Do you know what Dale was talking about?
No. I didn't get one from you. And Chris won't be here for the workshop. All right. Okay.
I'm not sure, it must be an associate, so I'm not.
But I have 4 people that applied, so. Everybody ready? We ready? I guess we'll call this, workshop to order. It's 6:03, and, I will turn the first thing is the discussion about the, let's see, West End Greenbelt discussion. So, I'll turn the floor over to you, Jason, and Tyrell.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. So, one of the directives of the strategic plan is beautification. And initiative within this directive is to improve the attractiveness of city entryways and properties. So, in order to support this initiative, Council and the Parks and Recreation Department budgeted $20,000 for the improvement of green belts in town. We discussed at a staff level, as well as seeking community input on the best way to spend that funding. And what we hear is the west end of town is probably a better place to start making some improvements for those green belts. We also want to remind council that we do have a 6-penny project that has funding for, it's titled Low Maintenance Landscaping in City Right-of-Ways. And the funding set aside for this project is $450,000. And it kind of, I think when you read into the fine print, it talks about setting a standard for our green spaces and our landscaping throughout the city, so that whether it be our parks and recreation crews that are doing the work, or if we contract with someone else to do the work, we have a certain standard to follow for low maintenance landscaping. So one thing that has been brought to our attention, talking to the community, talking at staff level, it was also brought up at the strategic planning sessions, is to do something a little more major kind of improvement on the west end of town, near where the City of Rawlins sign is located. And we feel like that gives us an opportunity to do a really major kind of attraction when people get off the highway on the west end of town, right there, to make kind of a long impression that stays in their mind as they drive east on Spruce, coming into town, if we get something big. And this funding would allow us to do something like that. So one, there's a couple parts of this, and in a few minutes, we'll go through kind of a presentation to show you some ideas of what our staff, really Tyrell, has come up with for the West End Greenbelt. But because of the Six Penny project, we're wondering if maybe we shift gears a little bit and earmark say $20,000 of that Six Penny funding to hire a consultant to come in and work with us, work with the community to help identify what that standard is, for landscaping and greenbelt for the city, as well as, maybe to do some major landscaping at that west end of town near the Rollins sign. So currently we have $20,000 budgeted for the West End Greenbelt, which would fund what you'll see in this presentation that we'll give you. There's, I believe, 9 islands, that we're gonna look at. But if council wishes, we could choose to earmark that $20,000 to come up with a plan so that at a later date, when that Six Penny funding comes available, the $450,000, we'll have a better plan to put that money to use. So I think with that said, Myra, do you have
Yes, sir.
that presentation? I'm gonna pass it over to Tyrell. I don't think this is working, but we may not need it.
No, we can, we'll try.
It just says low battery. Technical difficulties.
Just talk about it.
Hello? Nothing.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I just would like to go through kind of the proposal I came up with for these West End islands. We kind of decided at staff level to start at the far west end and work our way east. And then as money allows, we'll just keep working our way east till we eventually run out of islands. That would be the goal, end goal, but, for each one of these islands, I just snapped a picture off Google Earth, and so these are 2018 images for reference, and that was their, I guess how they looked then, but, so for this first 2 islands, there's actually no irrigation in those islands, and so what I was proposing to do there is more of a proper xeriscape, and not have any, in-the-ground plants. Kind of what we were looking at doing there is bringing in we got some really neat rocks around town that maybe aren't being utilized to their best potential. We wanna bring some of those in to those, islands, and also we recently purchased some rubber mulch to use in our landscaping. I don't know which door you guys came in, but we today switched out our rubber mulch, or put in rubber mulch in our landscaping around City Hall. And it looks really sharp and should have like a 12, 13-year lifespan on that mulch, which kind of dramatically reduces our man hours doing any maintenance around those islands and our other landscaping around town. Another, I think, kind of neat idea with this island is to do some silhouettes of animals. One that comes to mind for me easily is antelope. It's a pretty popular animal in our city. Good the way our city looks, but, yeah, we wanna do some silhouettes and add some height and dimension and some uniqueness to our islands as people come in off the interstate and really grab their eye. And then within each one of these proposals, I kind of break down the actual costs based on that specific island. That doesn't necessarily mean that these ideas have to be done at these islands. I think the real takeaway with some of this is we can do this at any of the islands on the west end or anywhere else in town. And we just extrapolate our costs out to fit that size and that size of the landscaping that we'll be working with. So really, what these are just some ideas that we can utilize. So then kind of traveling east, the next island, it's kind of a similar idea with where we'd come in with rubber mulch, we'd pull out the old pavers that are there, We'll lay weed mat down and be able to essentially achieve a pretty low maintenance, landscaping setup, which dramatically reduce our costs for our department, what we need to take care of. One of the other ideas I have for some of these islands, and you'll see it later in some of the other islands further east, is some self-watering planters, just to start bringing some color into our west end, and hit some of those islands that I think just, I would call them boring, and sad, and we'd really like to bring some color to the west end, and I think this would be a great place to start. And also another low-maintenance option where we're filling, there's a nice reservoir in these, and we have to fill them every 2 to 3 weeks. And so, minimal maintenance, some deadheading and things like that to keep the flowers blooming and looking sharp.
You'd be pretty limited on the kind of flowers you can use, correct? Just because of the wildlife.
Yeah, I mean, there's some options, put it that way, but, they'll be strategically picked, yeah.
I think the wildlife and the wind in that area is pretty brutal, so.
Yeah, anything low growing will be mostly what we're looking for, so we're not getting whipped by the wind out there.
I like the silhouette idea.
Yeah, you too, I think that's awesome.
So then moving down to Island 3, on the south side, this is the first one with irrigation in the island already. And kind of what we were proposing with this one was to bring in sod. And what we want to do is come in and basically cut it back down to where that grass used to be. Now it's between the road sand and blow sand. It's not the healthiest turf by any stretch. So what we propose is to take out what's there, repair some irrigation, because there's a lot of heads that are lost to Father Time essentially. And then we're gonna bring in compost from Laramie at their landfill. They do some composting, and we've already incorporated that into quite a few of our landscaping projects. And it's a really great weed-free source for us to use in our landscaping. So we're helping ourselves set up for success.
The one example is City Hall here, the landscaping Tyrell and his crew did. So rock and compacted dirt and all, and not healthy, no nutrients, they basically took all of that out and removed it and then replaced it with the fill from Laramie. And I think it's like $300 for a dump truck.
Yeah, a side dump costs us about $350, somewhere around there, so it's fairly affordable, especially when you're basically where we live and what we have access to. That's by far the most affordable option for us.
Yeah, we have no organics in our soil whatsoever, so.
Right, 'cause one source we've had in the past is manure, but it's not weed-free, and that unfortunately makes a lot more work for us in the end. That's something we're just trying to avoid.
Yeah, especially horse manure.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the first island, with a tree in it. And something we want to essentially adjust with these trees in our green belts is give them proper water. Because in the past, we've relied on the sprinkler irrigation that's watering the lawn to water our trees. And that's not anywhere near enough water, essentially. And so what we're proposing is, there's a few different companies that make these root watering systems. And essentially they're like a 3 or 4 inch tube that's up to 36 inches long, that's perforated. And then it's tied right into our irrigation that's already existing. And it feeds a bubbler and fills up this tube, and then that tube dissipates into the soil. And so the watering is more directed at where the trees need it at the root system. And I think that'll make those trees much more successful in our green belts. And each end, east end and west end, because, that wind out there is really harsh on them. I don't know, if you can even imagine how much evapotranspiration is happening off of those leaves, off those trees when that wind is blowing and it's hot, they're just not getting enough water. So that's one solution we have to that, and I think it'll be a pretty great solution for those trees, and I think they'll really come back. Cause some of them seem far gone, or not lost, but I think with some proper watering, we'll have some really nice looking trees in the next couple of years. Now, on to Island 4. This is one I was kind of excited about. It's kind of a little different idea, but we're kind of proposing to do essentially a demonstration pollinator garden. And in this one, we would remove the turf that's existing, and what we want to do is come in with wildflower seed, and we'll probably do fall bulbs, and basically set it up for pollinators and to also utilize it as a educational space. We want to do some signage about pollinators. We want to maybe have some, I shouldn't say workshops, where we could do some mason beehives, so beehives for solitary bees. There's quite a few opportunities for this, and I kind of view this as almost a small experiment to see how it works and maybe extrapolate it onto a bigger space in one of our parks possibly. And then also with this, we want to do some more silhouettes of pollinators that are common to this region, just to keep utilizing that as an educational space and just make people more aware of the pollinators that we do have and the importance of them.
Thank you, I need to see this.
Great.
I was gonna suggest some native plants that are beneficial for pollinators.
Perfect. We should talk later.
Yeah. Yeah, and so kind of as we move down the islands, they become a little kind of repetitive on what we're doing, but it kind of gives you an idea of costs of some of these improvements and, I don't know, some of the ideas we have. This next island, this one, it actually needs a tree. It had a tree at one point, and so we want to replace that tree. And something I want to do on, at least with this island, is spend a little more money and get a bigger tree and give it a better head start than a smaller tree would have out on that west end. And this comes back to the wind and the winter out there. And again, this will be also repetitive, that all these trees are gonna get the root watering system. That's what we wanna do there, and really promote that tree growth and give it every chance to grow and survive. Yeah, and then we essentially went down to 23rd Street. It was kind of just, we wanted to start somewhere, and what I ended up coming up with this was, I think actually, if you just wanna skip to the last page, because the next few islands are very similar, but the last page really breaks down kind of the cost for each island, what we're looking at, what those improvements cost, and roughly around $14,700 for those 9 islands. Like I said, we have budgeted 20, and so I know we could do quite a few more islands continuing east, and there's no reason why we wouldn't be doing that, but we just kind of wanted to start somewhere to really give you guys some ideas of where our thought process is and some of the ideas we came up with to, I don't know, help beautify the West End and really make it an attractive place to get off the interstate and see. Because that is really what you see first, is those islands. But
I think it's one thing for us to sit here and look at aerial photos, and it's a whole nother thing to see what it looks like when it's in there. So it's like like Tyrell said, it's a trial. We can drive by and see what we like, and you know what, that really looks nice. Let's keep that going east, all the way to the other exit.
And I mean, the big thing about landscaping, at least for me, is if we don't like it, it's easy to change. Landscaping's not permanent to me, I guess. It's pretty malleable in what we can do with it, and
if we decide one of those isn't working, we'll do something different, and, cause I think a lot of these are fairly low cost and low impact, and not, they wouldn't be terribly expensive to change if we need to do that, or whatever we decide, and also with these projects, part of this proposal is that my staff will be doing all these changes. That's something we kinda wanna start before we start up irrigation and get a good head start on it before we're busy with watering and mowing and all that, but I got a really great staff, so they're all excited about it, and they're ready to hit the ground running this spring.
I love that this is a small fiscal impact financially for the city, but it could have a really major, benefit to people driving that into town for a small amount of money.
I think it looked great. I like that. I like the idea of the different things, different places, try out a lot of things and
Yeah.
learn what to do on the next ones, you know.
I'd love to see a lot of those go away.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool if you're driving into town and see
Yeah.
antelope, deer, you know, natural
Yeah.
wildlife that people see anyway, all over town.
Yeah,
Keep their focus there and not on the buildings behind them.
mhm.
Right. Does the council have any thoughts on this 6 penny? And, cause we could do a few portions of this, again, if Tyrell and his crew made some of these improvements, they are keeping in mind low maintenance overall. And so when we move forward with the 6 penny project, as far as developing a standard to follow for our landscaping, this will probably fall in line, but I'm curious, council's thoughts on utilizing, say, $20,000 of that 6 penny to try to hire a consultant to work with the community, work with staff, work with council to develop some standards, and start developing a plan so that by the time that 6 penny funding, that $450,000 comes to surface, we'll already have a plan in place. And whether the city does the work themselves, or if we contract out with others, we can say, here's our maintenance standards, and here's our landscaping standards, make sure you follow this. It's a really good way to go for the city, I believe.
Remind me where on that list that this was prioritized on the 6 penny list?
It was second to bottom. And we took the cemetery raw water line and moved it up to number 2, so it's down the ground bottom.
It would be nice, like Jason said, if we could get like the 20,000, and then while they're working on, fixing up some of these, that would really kind of set the stage for whenever we are ready to spend all that money, all the work will be done beforehand.
I don't know about you, Lindsay, but I think that's a good idea, but I also, I was hoping that we could do something with Airport Road, that little plot of ground there too, and I know that this is for the west end only. But that $20,000 were to incorporate all of Cedar Street or down at least the Airport Road where we need to develop that little plot of land that's right by Burger King. And I had drawn out some really rough ideas of what I thought would be really cool to put there for like, it would be depicting all of the 4 different areas that Rollins is known for: the railroad, the Latino population, the General Rollins, and that kind of thing. That anyway, I had drawn out that. It's sort of like what Rock Springs did for their entryway, and it's just brick with plaques that tell you the history of different aspects of Rollins, and then General Rollins being in the middle. Something like that I thought would be cool for that end, but I wouldn't be opposed to having some standards and looking at it, because it gives us a map to keep on improving as we go.
Realistically speaking, this is a question, if we had that study done, and then how long is it gonna be before we get the six penny money to work with, will that plan be still applicable, or are we talking, I mean, time-wise, are we talking a year, or 5 years, 20?
It's just, that's entirely up to the council, cause it's, I mean, just like the cemetery water line, prioritizing that a little bit higher, if we felt we wanted to spend some of that, or if council would like to spend that earlier, then they could prioritize
Okay,
it higher.
but if we're gonna spend it, if it's second to the bottom and we leave it there, but we do the planning ahead of time, the gap of time from the time we, make the plan to the time we actually get the money, I'd like to know, what was I wasn't here when that six penny was, done, so I don't know the projections on how many years it's gonna take to collect that money at the current intake or whatever. Do you know? Does anybody know?
I don't
Are we gonna be collecting for 20 years
I
or
could probably
5
get
or?
you an answer on that though, cause I know about how much revenue we're getting over here and could project how much costs are anticipated for this.
Well, and that would make a lot of difference to me is, I mean, I have no problem with planning it, but I wanna time it to where, it's still current when we actually get the money, does that make sense? Just because, well, in your own presentation here, there's a lot of products you talked about that probably weren't available 10 years ago. That would make this, much more successful, so, being able to, I mean, I don't have a problem with the plan. When we do the plan and then find out that the plan doesn't fit because,
Well, Mr. Mayor, we have somebody on the committee, we as a council appointed one, they ought to be able to stand right there and tell us this is how much money we're gonna have coming in, this is how long it's gonna take to get that money, 20 years, 10 years. They sit on that board. We don't know those answers.
I can find that answer pretty,
Yeah,
a
we're
pretty
not
good
in any
idea.
of that discussion. That's
So,
why we have a
no.
representative on that board to tell us.
once we get that information, then I would feel personally a lot more comfortable talking about when to start the planning of it. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. One thing I would add is, I think that if we were to develop a standard and the funding came through 8 or 10 years from now, it would still get to use. It would give us a good standard for Tyrell and his crew to follow. So going forward, you know, it's, low maintenance, it kind of identifies which sort of plants survive, deer resistant, you know, weather resistant, also what type of trees, and then probably we'd identify age of trees. I like Tyrell's idea to spend a little bit more money, get a little bit more mature tree when we put them in these rough areas, than try to find a little tiny guy that we're really gonna have to survive. So, my thought was, it would still be of good use, but I'm curious also, like you might be saying, if it was 15 years down from now, are those standards not current and not what we'd be looking at down the road? So that's a very good question, and I'd like to hear the answer too.
I mean, we could move it to number 1 if we wanted to, but we shouldn't. I mean, there are other needs, you know, like the water, like the, you know, such and that. So I just would like to have an idea of when that money will become available.
One more thing I'm thinking of is if we did work to identify standards and come up with a plan, it could be a living document, really. And as things change and new ideas come about, we could modify that. We have a basis for standards for our maintenance and install of landscaping. We can change that over time as well, but.
Sure.
Mayor,
Yes.
could this 20,000 come out of that 3 different pots of impact funds that we are gonna be looking at? Not the big one, but the smaller 3 pots.
Yeah, it could.
Cause I think beautification is really high on our list and feedback from the community. And if you're gonna be doing a lot of economic development, you're going to have a community where people want to come in, and the first impressions really mean a lot to a lot of people when you're bringing your company in. You want it to be in an environment that's doesn't look dusty. And so I'm thinking that maybe we can just take 20,000 out of one of those little pots of money and get this going and stuff like that, and I know we wanna put that in on a lot of money projects.
My problem with taking it out of impact funds is, how did having extra people impact these? If you get stuck sitting in front of some of those mean senators explaining how that's an impact, I would let you lead that discussion, because I wouldn't want to. Do you know what I'm saying? I think we have to be kind of careful what we call an impact. I don't care if we take it out of something else, but that impact funding is,
But isn't beautification kinda part of what happens? It goes downhill if you have a lot of maintenance needs and you don't keep it up.
I don't know if I could make that argument to those folks or not. You know, just so you know, the last leadership meeting I went to, they talked about, impact funding, and everybody was, and Sean and I were on this phone call on this, part of it, but it was also talked at another meeting, where, they've cut the impact funds from 2.7, they're trying to take it down to 2.2% of the project, as well as they, don't really make us, get these projects approved or any reporting or whatever, but they are looking at them. And they, at both of those meetings, it was talked about quite a bit, how they really look at how we are spending that to decide whether they're gonna cut us further or not. So that makes me very apprehensive to, you know, I can see streets, water, sewer, you know, lots of things, but I think we need to be careful on that. They also pointed out that we can request what we request, but the average lately has been they've cut them by 46%. So I just wanna be very careful how we spend that impact money. You know, we can swap things around a little bit, like things you would wanna spend impact money on, maybe do it a different way, but I think we need to be really careful.
I understand what you're saying.
Isn't that the impression you got, Sean?
Yeah, they're definitely coming down on it a lot. I know this will be in our council agenda, we have this as a further discussion to the impact assistance, where we can kind of jump into this a little bit more.
But anyway, that's,
The
you know,
the other thing would be 6 penny. I'd have to go back and read exactly what we asked the public, or told the public what we're gonna use this funding for. And I know there's some of it that we can use it, change a little bit, use it for water, things like that. But if we're not careful, we could get ourselves in trouble, be using 6 penny money for things that are not on that, or not on that ballot.
I think that list was sent to us,
We'll be sure to follow the list.
and I think this landscaping was on that project, but it was down lower than our streets, you know, project, so.
And that was on the ballot, you say?
Yeah, the landscaping part, and I have to get the words for you, Debarre, because
Well, that's fine, I'm just saying that
but the
we just need to make sure we're following what we
$20,000
told the public that we're gonna use those funds for.
Yeah.
And if we start taking off a little bit and going someplace else with it, we could find ourselves in trouble. Maybe not this time around, maybe the next time we decide to try to pass this, a 5 penny or 6 penny.
no, we have to it has to be spent exactly to the language of the ballot. But I think in reading through that, I do believe there was part of it was for beautification, and, a lot of that terminology was pretty broad, to where, but I do believe it's in there.
It's landscaping standards for city of Rollins right away.
So, we're good there. I don't have a problem doing that study, I just, you know, if you think it's appropriate timing, is all I'm concerned with, Jason. Okay. Councilman Durst?
I mean, I agree, it's awesome, love it. I guess my only concern is putting more grass back there again and just getting right back into the same, I mean, there's, I think a lot of work that's getting applied to the parks right now. I mean, I'm just concerned, do you feel that might be too much? I mean, right, we're going right back to the lawn mowing, to the weeding, to the watering, and And I mean, I love the, I don't remember which island, but there was like the rubber chips and boulders and, I don't know, I was kinda hoping for some more things a little bit more in line with that type of a, and I'm not saying no, I'm just asking, right? Like,
It's a good point, and honestly, until we get our water, I mean, that's our highest priority right now, I believe, as a city. Until we get our water situation rectified, we are not planning on putting turf anywhere, so this is kind of a unique situation on that. The irrigation is already there, and it's a smaller section, and it already has turf there, but I wanna point that out, we're not planning on adding turf anywhere else right now.
so maybe using it on a limited type
Yeah.
of a, and
And,
not necessarily the
and that's,
plan for the whole road or something like that, is that?
absolutely, and again, I think this is a starting point to see so we can drive by and look at it and see what it looks like, hey, that looks nice, that looks nice. And that's a good point, maybe we should kind of talk, Tyrell, about limiting the sod portions of these islands and focus on some of the other xeriscape that you've identified. 'Cause we all
I'm
know-
not, I'm just
Right,
questioning.
but we all know what the sod's gonna look like, really, but we don't know necessarily what the silhouettes and the rock and the mulch and that kind of stuff looks like. That's a good point.
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder about AstroTurf.
We've talked about that.
I looked into it and kinda came to the conclusion I didn't have enough money.
Yeah.
It came down to kind of some of the estimates I found were closer to about $16 a square foot installed, which added up awful fast. But that was one of the first things I looked at,
Well, maybe once we get into the bigger money,
Exactly.
later on, then we can possibly do that, because that's it lasts, what, 15 years or something? I've looked at it myself, and
And
when you're done, you're done.
people coming off the freeway don't know it's artificial, most people in town won't know it's artificial. And Tyrell showed me samples, they make it, so it looks like, it's not all super green. I mean, it's got little yellows and different, it looks like real turf.
yeah, it's got fast growing in it,
Yeah.
it looks pretty great,
Yeah.
and really, you might be able to get a longer lifespan out of it, because in all reality, people aren't gonna be walking on it.
Right.
Where it's at, but.
Well, I'm just thinking of that splash of green here and there, you know, to do all of them would be out of the question, but,
Right.
you know, the one here and there that, anyway, I'm sure you thought of that already. Councilman Smith?
Yes, I like the antelope silhouettes, and I also like other wildlife, and I like more art throughout the community, and this is a nice way to integrate that. So I'm glad that you thought of that.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, for me and our department, it's kind of a jumping off point to start including more things like that in our landscaping, even at our parks, just to have something different, something not just turf. That's what we're really working on, and I think this coming spring and probably more into the fall, you'll really, I think, see what we've been doing, and we're excited about it.
Cool. Sean?
Just a thought, as we're talking about funding for this, if we have, just for example, like the cemetery water line, let's say it's $1 million even, or whatever it is, and then if we're, as we're getting these payments in for this funding, maybe if we received an extra 100,000 above what we needed for the cemetery, maybe we could allocate that to work on this. So that so we don't have to maybe wait until 10 years, like we could just kind of pick at this as we go along. So I think it is something we know the community would like to see, just as a thought that maybe we could be a little creative and, putting some money as we can go, and which is probably more realistic anyways, to do a little bit as we go.
It is, because this is, landscaping citywide, so all right of ways, it's not, we're not just talking the green belts along that, area, we're talking Airport Road, we're talking a lot, so that makes me think of, if the longer we wait, and we have this big pool of $450,000, and then we utilize that, we contract out, we get all this stuff done at once, and that's kind of an overwhelming impact on our staffing to go, okay, I mean, granted, it's gonna be low maintenance and a lot of xeriscaping, but still, for us, I think picking away gives us more of an opportunity to take hold and grasp on what we're maintaining along the way than all of a sudden in 10 years, within a 2-year period, boom, we have all of this extra landscaping for us to figure out the best way to maintain it. So
And it all wears out at the same time, 10 years from then or whatever.
Another great point, yeah.
Yeah, I think staggering that makes sense, and using the excess from some of those projects also makes good sense. Yep, I think you guys have, got some really, really good ideas. I think it would be a real impact to see those improvements done.
We do have another work session, if there's not any other questions, maybe we can move into that. Before
Before you move on, Jason?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you had kinda raised your hand about the grass, did you have anything to say, or, cause this is open for everybody to talk.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I moved here from a desert, and the thing that was kind of in Washington was just like a bunch of grasses and rocks, and it was really good, so some like pink flowers and a deer them. And it's pretty cheap, like a bush of grass is like $5 or so, and it's super low water, and it looks amazing. Like it's just, like I was just thinking AstroTurf, like it reminds me of like some sort of campground, or I don't know, just like in the winter, like it's still green, so it's like, well, it shouldn't really be green right now. But I really like the look of that, you know, the grasses and just the cute flowers and just beautifies it, but it's super low maintenance too. Just put weed berry under it. Anyway.
Okay, sorry.
Before we move on, I do wanna thank Tyrell, and I'm sure he got some input from his crew. He really does have a good crew, and we are fortunate to have Tyrell and his parks employees, on task, cause they've done a great job, in recent months. And I'm looking forward to this spring and summer and fall, and I think things are gonna only look even better the following year, is that right? You know?
Yeah, fall's gonna look really nice.
Yeah, so,
This spring's gonna be exciting in City Hall.
yeah,
All those bulbs are gonna come up, all 600 of them.
yeah.
Be lots of color.
And a lot of those little ones from, who was it that helped,
Clover buds.
the Clover Buds helped plant a lot of those here at City Hall, so they get to drive by with their parents and, Mom, I planted some of those, you know, so that's pretty cool too.
I came by while they were doing it, it was a pretty, vigorous group. They were working their tails off and having fun doing it, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll move on to the next thing, which is the skate and dog park, discussion, and, I will, turn the floor over to you again, Jason.
Honorable Mayor and Council, so we wanna talk about dog park and the skate park. We had some town hall meetings that I kinda wanted to just basically let council know how those went. And part of this comes from the October 19th council meeting. City council members voted unanimously to earmark $25,000 of impact assistance funds for the dog park, as well as, we have $20,500 and change from Wyoming Community Gas that council set aside the last 2 years in a row, about $10,000 each year, as well as $70,000 for a skate park. And so part of what this came from is we reviewed the last couple of community feedback surveys, and both of these projects were mentioned, quite often throughout those. And I know that a skate park is not news to the city, it's been brought up for several years, same as dog park. So we were excited to hear this, and we felt the first thing that we do is reach out to the community and gather input. And so, with, staff discussions, and, Sean had an idea to try to start hosting more town hall meetings, to gather, as a forum to gather community feedback. So I think we'll be seeing more. It just so happened that the skate park was the first one we did, and the dog park was the second one. But to jump into the dog park first, we did, that was just this last Thursday. I think there was maybe 20 people that attended. We had some children in attendance as well. Got some really great ideas, and I'll say that I'm a big fan of community feedback, community input, community engagement, getting their their ideas. But these two town hall meetings brought me right back and reminded me that the reality is we learn as staff, we learn so much from these community members in these meetings. I mean, you know, think about it, 3 of us staff members sit around a room and try to plan for things that are going on in the city, and we have this many ideas. Well, you bring the community in, now all of a sudden you have this many ideas to consider. So it was really refreshing. It was a wonderful experience. So here's some photos. We'll just go through real quick of the dog park. One thing we did is we had some general dog park designs from other communities, and we asked the members of the town hall meeting, like, hey, put these little, kind of like the strategic planning session we had, put your little dot on the designs you think you like the best. And then after that, we got together and said, okay, what is it do you like about it? And some were saying, well, I like the small dog park and the large dog park. That created discussion saying, what about a small dog park and then any dog park? And then some people liked, some of the water features. Some people like the perimeter walking trail idea, dog agility equipment, and then, park benches, water fountain for dogs and people and other things like that. So it's kind of a good little exercise, get people up out of their chairs and go give their input. And then Sean, if you want to go. So here's a group of them, you know, up there putting their dots down, and you can probably flip them through. So here's one example of these. This is park amenities or park features that we asked them, hey, which ones do you like? And then we talk about it. And so, and these were just ideas. We're not limited to this. We also asked for input. What are we missing? What other kind of ideas? The fire hydrant at the top left was my favorite, but anyways, a few other people liked it too. They liked some of the climbers and the active area, dog agility type stuff. We noticed that having a covered area, for humans and dogs was also something that people liked the idea of. And so it was really a good way to spark discussion when we had the members come up and add their input on these, features. There's a kind of a close-up of a couple of the parks that we did. Go ahead, Sean. A few more. And then another thing we did was talked about benefits of a dog park. And it's probably hard to read that, my apologies, but things like improved dog socialization, gives dogs a bit of freedom. Other things were gives dogs and humans a place to meet. So dogs get to hang out with other dogs, humans get to hang out with other dog owners, and can talk and learn from each other. There you go. Lower your health risks. Better understanding of your dog, promotes active lifestyles, boost your dog's physical health.
I like to know who cares about an active lifestyle with their dog's health. That's important.
Yeah, right.
We'll all take care of the dog, but.
So other topics that were kind of brought up is, again, water features, pools, splash pads. We are keeping water into consideration if we were to go there. And I want to come back real quick. I mean, this is beginning stages of anything we might do, is get that community input so it gives staff a little bit of direction on where we need to focus. And that's why we're bringing this to council, so you know what we know, as we move forward on where we want to spend money. Because the reality is, with a dog park, if you have a parking lot and you have a fenced-in area, you kind of have a dog park. Now, it depends on how far you want to take that. Do you want to have a dog agility area? Do you want to have a gravel area and a transition area? Do you want to have artificial turf? Do you want to put in park benches? All these things can be done in the future as well. They don't have to be done right away. So, in a sense, you can have a dog park ready to go for little funding. And it depends on kind of the location you choose and, what amenities you want to add. So other ideas that came of the meeting were, they invite everyone. It's simple, cost-effective, fun, and low-cost entertainment. socialization for both dogs and humans, place for dogs to go who might not have a yard, attracts, and that, actually, that kind of, we were talking about that, staff level also, is, there are a lot of people that do have dogs that don't have yards, and then I think about the turnaround and and the impact assistance and that kind of thing. You have a lot of people moving into the area, they're temporary, they're not necessarily buying a home, they're put up in housing that probably doesn't have a yard, but they have their dogs, so where are they gonna take their dogs? Well, I would love for them to take their dogs to a spot that's specific for dogs, rather than all of our different parks, and, which is, you know, people do anyways, but it's kinda nice to have a centralized area for this. Other discussion was it attracts out-of-towners, small dog, large dog, any dog areas, and a place to meet other pet owners. But again, we got a lot of really good feedback, and it was kind of exciting to hear that. And does council or anybody have any questions about the dog park town hall meeting?
Whose dog's that?
I'm not sure if the dog is a goat, yeah. That's a internet famous dog.
It's yours?
No, of course not.
I would just say thank you. I appreciate you doing the town hall and reaching out to the community, and, I mean, you're right, it's one thing to put something together, but another to bring everybody together and actually get what people want.
Absolutely.
So, that's super cool, that's really cool.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
Councilman Smith?
I had the occasion to attend the town hall meeting, it was very invigorating. We had input from kids and adults, and they were enthusiastic about, being there and providing information. And they did bring up a lot of things that, on the surface, I wasn't thinking about, you know, traffic and barking dogs and snakes and how you handle all those kinds of problems. And would we have to change the leash law, because if we let the dogs run around, and they're contained within two different areas, would we have to change the leash law to accommodate that? And then safety areas, you know, what happens if you have a dog that, maybe wanting to bite another dog? So that brought up ideas of, what you have for rules and regulations that would be on the sign as you come through the gate. So anyway, I wanted to let you know that it was very enthusiastic, and it was really nice to be able to go and hear people want to have something and support it.
Any other comments, or do you wanna go into the skate park? We had a few meetings, and there might be a little bit more information to share, on the skate park aspect. If we're ready to go there?
Yeah, let's do.
So, we do have a kind of a PowerPoint that has some photos and some, activities that we did. So, but before we go there, we did have two meetings. We had one with the teens. We had a pizza party, at the rec center after school. And I think we had like 16 or 18 kids came, a few adults as well, and a lot of great input. And I mean, honestly, no offense to anybody here, I'm with you, man. When we're developing things like this, I wanna hear from the youth. I think we all do, because it's for them, and really, they have really good ideas. They're a lot smarter than when I was in, middle school, I think. But, we had a great turnout there, and so maybe we'll go through some photos of the team. So, we also highlighted what some of the benefits of a skate park are. And so one is like all age groups can enjoy a skate park. And then, it promotes active lifestyles. And again, we did a similar setup than we did for the dog park. This one was the first meeting we had. The second one was the town hall meeting for skate park, and then the third one was the town hall meeting for the dog park. So I think we kind of learned as we went. But, go ahead. Provide a safe environment for skateboarding. Provide a destination for family outings. Because I'll add this, skateboarding is also very much a spectator sport. So if you talk about teens after school going to a skate park, their friends that don't skate are gonna be there too. So when we develop a skate park, I think we also ought to try to consider those those individuals and have those park benches and picnic tables and areas where they can sit and be spectators. Brings economic benefit to town, and I think this is one of them that got a lot of dots when we asked them to talk, so. Community gathering places help build social skills, provides a safe and challenging place to develop skills, provides a safe alternative to street skating. And so some of those that had a lot, provide a safe environment for skateboarding, had quite a few comments on it. Safe alternative to street skating. And that, part of that is, a lot of communities that don't have a skate park have an issue with business owners have an issue with people skating on their private property. And, sometimes it's fear of the kids getting hurt. And the example I gave at these meetings is like behind a grocery store, a lot of times you have this ramp that goes down that the big rigs, you know, the unload stuff go down. Well, then you also have this level concrete, and what a great place to skate, but not safe. And it's out of the way, parents can't see that kid laying down with a broken leg, so we're better off providing a safe place to skate. And I think a lot of property owners and business owners appreciate it too. And then, there we go, see, attracts tourism. These kids know what they're talking about, right? That really, I was excited when I saw that. And I promise we didn't coach them and like say, here, give me your dots, let's put them there. They did this on their own.
Can't believe you hear this.
Yeah, so it was really, a great time. And we got a lot of good ideas and good feedback and a lot of things that staff hadn't thought about too, so, it was well worth our while. And then I think if we go to another, here.
When I was in high school, kids would travel from Rollins to go to other places to skateboard at their skate park.
We had a couple employees that did,
Yeah.
and then there was a guy that works for BLM, I think he's still here in the fire department. He's probably 45 or something, he's one of the most accomplished skaters I've ever seen. He's been begging for a skate park, I can't wait to see it myself. I think it'll be a real asset for our kids, and I'm glad you're including the kids. There's, you know, so many times towns build stuff and they give it to the kids, here, we're going to they take no pride in it, they didn't help develop it, they don't, you know, and so them having the chance to, help develop it and talk about the money aspects of it, I mean, it's a learning experience for them too, and when it's all done, much more community pride in it, and I think that your approach here is just tremendous.
I had the great opportunity to work with a community to build a teen center in a previous job, and so obviously, teen center, we engaged with the teens, and we went to the middle school, we went to the elementary school, and they really do have good ideas, and probably my favorite was, to build a teen center with a swimming pool on the roof and a slide that goes all the way around the building and it sits out the side, but, I mean, they think so big that you know, we had to come back to earth on a lot of these things, but it really got the ideas flowing, and it just, I really enjoy it, and these meetings were the same. So these photos are for the town hall meeting. We did have adults and youth. I think we had more in attendance for this one. I wanna say we had 28 people attend, something like that. So, it's a good sign that the community wants to be involved and cares, with what the city's doing. So, again, we did a similar kind of an idea. We had different skate park designs, different skate park, features for them to kind of vote on. If you see in the back of the left-hand photo, all those, sticky notes on the mirror there, those are like, hey, let's just all write down your ideas for why you want a skate park in Rawlins. And then another thing we had them do at this meeting is actually, let's write down your questions, because my thought was, or our thought was, we can do a question and answer back and forth, and they ask a question and we answer them, but are we gonna remember that a week from then? So what we decided to do is let's have them write down all their questions, because I may not remember their questions from last night, but I'll remember the answer cause it's the same answer, whatever they do. And we were straight up front that we would answer as honest as we can, on any of the questions they had. So they had a lot of great questions that really got us thinking, and I appreciated that as well. So I see a bunch of sticky notes, why build a skate park is why that question mark is there. And there's some of that, features. They liked the half pipes were a big one, ramps were a big one. And again, these were just some basic ideas. We also asked them things that were not up here, did they have any other ideas that we didn't bring to them? I don't think I'll forget, but before I, go on, I do wanna thank our staff and, Sean as well, Myra, whoever she is, and, Tyrell, and Nikki, our recreation supervisor, and Randy helped out, Cassidy, who's a seasonal, who came back off on college break to help us this year. We really, got together planning ideas for, well, town hall meeting, what does this mean, what are we gonna do? And we came up with some, I think, some pretty good ideas to not just have people sit there and be bored, kind of get them interactive and involved. And I'm pleased with the outcome, because we got, like, I learned things that I didn't know, and I thought I knew everything, but, it was really good, a really good experience. So, one thing I do wanna talk to council about, unless you have any questions at this point. With skate park, there's many ways to look at it. Right now, council has earmarked $70,000 for a skate park. There has been a lot of interest in the community to provide donations and help support the skate park in pretty substantial way. So we're setting up with finance a way to reach out to the community, those who do wanna donate to the skate park, so we're ready for that fairly soon. But how do we build a skate park? And I kinda explain this to the groups in these town hall meetings, because there's different ways to do it. And different ways to build a skate park that cost different amounts of money. So, one way to get a skate park going sooner than later is to build an above ground skate park. So what these are ramps and, half pipes and skate park features that are all above ground. They're basically anchored into a concrete surface. So they are removable, really. They're not, so compared to concrete in the ground. There's a couple differences. One, the above ground, you don't need an engineer, you don't need an architect to help you figure out all of that. You just purchase those items from a skate company. You ask them to help design the flow of those features in whatever footprint you have. Whereas if you're talking about concrete bowls in ground, you're looking at moving earth, you're looking at, engineering, architecture to try to make sure that everything's done right. You're talking a lot more dollars. So staff's thought was to develop a skate park into phases. And this has happened in some towns and it works. And I can personally tell you about a town who had a skate park committee who had, I think $200,000 raised over 30 years, but they had this $650,000 skate park. That was their prize. That's what they wanted to do. They didn't break it down to phases and smaller phases, so they, 30 years later, don't have a skate park, and they're still trying to get that big dollar amount. And for me, I think the best thing Rollins could do for our young ones, I just gotta say, so my son was like, well, I could hold him, and one of the members said, your son's gonna be skating by the time he's in high school. Well, I'm like, he's not skating yet in that community. But one thought is to take the money we have now. So we have 70,000. I'm confident we can turn that probably into 100,000 without too much trouble. And because there's a few locations talked about for a skate park. One area that, is interesting is Key Club Park, which is in the southeast corner of the cemetery. It's a good central location. It's down the road from the high school and the middle school. It's got tennis courts that are not playable, just like the tennis courts at Washington Park are not playable. I can talk about that in a minute, because that's probably part of this process. But if we were to take that $100,000, let's say, and put an above-ground skate park at Key Club Park, and again, it could be temporary, because that's screwed in, we can move it. Those kids could probably be skating end of summer, this summer, certainly next summer. with the idea that would be phase one. The other option for location, and none of this is decided, these are all ideas, so if I come across like, this is what we're doing, that's really not what I'm intending, is a location across from the recreation center between the ice skating rink and the ball fields, is to build a skate park over there, which I think is a great idea. I hadn't thought of that, honestly, until we met with these people, these groups in the town hall meeting. Phase two could potentially be looking at getting funding to build a slab so that we could then relocate the above-ground skate park from Key Club Park over to across the way. That brings so where are we then? Well, Key Club Park is no different than it is today. It's back to, do we wanna improve the tennis courts, or what do we wanna do? I do want a side note about the tennis courts. So right now, both tennis courts had this horrible carpet layer on it, which really is what's a good way to put it? It's just covering up major issues with the foundation of those courts. So Tyrell and his crew pulled that carpet off so we could see what's underneath, because we do have a grant from the rec board from 2016 that hasn't been spent. Originally, that was to resurface with carpet the Key Club Park tennis courts and the Washington Park tennis courts. That money will not do anything with both those courts. So we're looking at probably regrouping, going out to bid this spring to, most likely, well, staff's recommendation is to fix the tennis courts at, Washington Park, but not with the carpet. Do the same thing the high school did, so those courts match the high school. So what they would do is they would come in, there'd be some concrete work to be done, and then they would, resurface it, and it'd be playable. I will also say that I reached out to the high school and I talked to Casey, their athletic director and activities director, what their needs from the city are for tennis courts, and he said the reality is, we don't really need city tennis courts. However, it would be nice if we had one of those locations, because we'd send like 3 doubles teams over, and that would just shorten our day when we have a tennis match. I asked him if he had a preference between Key Club Park and Washington Park. He said really he doesn't, because they'd have to transport the kids anyways. So that's part of this equation, is why I bring it up. If we were to say, let's move forward with phase one, let's put above ground skate park at Key Club Park. It's a great centralized location, with the idea that phase two would be to start to look at developing across from the recreation center, build a slab, which would be about half the size of those tennis courts, and then move that equipment over there, and then we could come back to council and say, all right, we're back at the drawing board with Key Club Park, what do we wanna do with those tennis courts and that property? Because that is also one of the options brought up for a dog park, would be Key Club Park and the field to the north of the park, and, tennis courts and playground to the north there. Yeah.
Is the surface at Key Club Park good enough to skate on?
So, yes and no, it's got some cracks, so when we started these town hall meetings, I'll get there.
Okay, great.
We were like this. We kinda know funding, we don't know the long-range funding, we don't really know location, where are we focusing? And we didn't feel like utilizing and taking staff resources to like, let's figure out the cost and what it would take to build a skate park here, 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 and here. We kinda wanted to narrow down our focus, and so if we had some focus towards, say, Key Club Park or another location, we could start doing that research. My gut is telling me that probably, and I kinda talked to Tyrell, I think, and we're thinking it could be maybe $10,000 of, and that's probably not to exceed, I would think, of concrete repairs so that they could skate. And really, what we were looking at, I should have brought a picture of an example, I don't have it with me, that a skate park company, I gave them the footprint, and I said, give us $70,000 worth of skate park elements on this footprint, which is half of the tennis courts at Key Club Park or Washington, just half the tennis courts. And so that's what we got. So that's $70,000. My thought is if we had $70,000 and some donations, we could use, I like the idea of using city funding to resurface that concrete, make it skatable, utilize those donations to buy some of those features and some of the elements to the skate park. So I think we could be skating for like $100,000, and that's the concrete and everything. Cause the other thing about skate parks, that if you talk to people, kids that might skate, or skate park companies that do this kind of thing, is that there's a thing about flow, and what elements and what features you have, and a lot of it is open area. You know, it's not ramp, rail, another ramp, pipe, this and that, you know, there's a way to flow, so people aren't all running into each other, and while other people are on the half pipe, other kids might be skating over here on an open area, so, so long story short, we're guessing maybe about $10,000, we could get that concrete work done. I think we found that, I should, just being honest, the Key Club is in better shape than, Washington Park, as far as the concrete surface. We had a route, I don't know how big it was, but it went right through the center of Washington Park along the nets and just busted up the concrete in the center, so, we had a guy that was gonna come look at it, but the roads were closed, so we could come, look at it in December. So when they get a chance, they're gonna come look, cause now the carpet's gone, they can see the concrete, they can see the conditions, see what's doable to fix that, and utilize that grant to get those tennis courts playable. Whether the high school uses it or not, I feel like we need to have some working tennis courts for our community. I love to play tennis, so I'd be out there with my son, I promise you, but,
When I was in high school, they utilized all 3 courts for tournaments here.
the tournaments, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good point, cause right now I understand that maybe the teams are smaller than they were maybe in the
I'm
past,
sure.
so we should have that understanding that it could rebound and come back at some day too. Let me see in my notes here if I missed anything, I kinda, so I'll just overview of phases again. One idea in phase 1, get kids skating with the funding we have now at Key Club Park. Phase 2 could be slab across the street from the rec center and move those elements over there. Phase 3, for example, could be add some in-ground, concrete bowls. Have a larger dollar amount before you even figure out what it's gonna cost. You have to work with kind of an architecture firm to design, look at the earth we have, look at drainage, look at all that kind of stuff, come up with a dollar amount. So we might be spending $20,000 just to see what we can build, utilizing the input from the community and the teams, what we want, then we would get a cost estimate for that. So that could be phase 3. And phase 4 could be more cement bowls and things, or an indoor skate park, or maybe phase 5 is indoor skate park. But each of these phases could have a dollar amount so that our community has a fundraising goal and knows what it would take to reach each of those phases. And they're also kind of working phases. We could change our mind and modify how we wanna do that, but I think we'd wanna have 2 funding sources. We wanna have funds that we're looking for, donations, grants. There are a lot of grants for skate parks out there, to build these phases. I believe that the city should also be looking at having a separate fund for maintenance of this skate park, because we don't wanna be in a position where these elements or the bowls crack or need some repair 30 years down the road, and we didn't think that way back 30 years ago to set some funding aside. So I think it would be in our best interest to also have a plan for long-term maintenance of the park. Because the reality is, some cities have not thought ahead like that, and they close their parks. And the city of Rollins doesn't work that way, and I don't think we wanna end up in that situation. And actually, these 2 individuals right here were at, I think, all 3 meetings, right? You were both the other one, so thank you for coming, thank you for your input. I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add?
As fast as possible, probably.
Oh, as fast as possible.
Yeah, one of the things I took away from both meetings was, it was from a younger, teenager, I think. But what they wanted to make sure of was that the skate park would be accessible for after school and, be accessible to them so they could walk to it, so they wouldn't have to get a ride from someone to go down to the skate park. So that's some of the reasons why they came up with the locations being Key Club and or at the rec centers, because it's they want to
Does
use
that
it
depend on where you
for.
live?
Pardon?
Would that depend on where you live?
Well, no, they were thinking after school.
You're at El Rancho, we wouldn't wanna walk from El Rancho all the
No,
way to
no, from school to Maury.
Oh, from school.
From school, there's
Oh.
got the mid-school, and then they've got the high school, and so they could just go right down from school and not have to get a ride.
Good idea.
That's what they brought up anyway.
And if I could add, we had some great feedback from, one of our police officers, because we did talk about Washington Park as a location for phase one. Again, tennis court, kind of concrete ready. And he's a school resource officer, had some great ideas, he totally changed my mind on the meeting, but one of his concerns that I shared, I think some of the other attendees did, is that location at Washington Park is sort of off and out, down in the way, and it's not very visible to whether it be parents or police or anybody or EMS or somebody driving by, which is one of the reasons why he really liked the idea of across the street from the recreation center. I believe he also supported the Key Club Park because it's visible from the road right there, and honestly, up top, I mean, I could see if my kids were younger and they wanted to skate, I would just drive up into the parking lot in the cemetery and eat lunch or something, because I could look straight down on the skate park from there, but, I wanted to point that out, because we didn't just say Key Club or say across the street from the rec center, it kind of came from a discussion that I was very impressed with the ideas, again, that came up, and, that was one of the topics for sort of moving away from the Washington Park as an idea, the visibility, of that park.
I think, you know, ultimately having it over up by the rec center makes a lot of sense also, because then there'll be eyes on it, and there'll be people in the vicinity, and it's two skate parks side by side, but I can understand why it would be the first step, Sean?
I wonder, Jason, if you could talk about timing, because potentially if we were to do the above ground stuff, like if we were to have a couple more meetings with the community, kind of hone that in even more, and then if we were to order that stuff, we might be able to have some, you know, be able to skate before before winter hits again, basically, right? And that's kind of the hope.
Yeah, so that's a great point. And so where we would be is, we got a lot of good input from the teens and from the adults on the skate park and the features that would go in the park. So we would wanna send those off. There's a skate company, American Ramp Company, that's been working with me, and they're providing some designs for free. So I would wanna take what we learned and have them do a redesign on the elements and the features that the teams really wanted, and do a redesign for us. We would have another town hall meeting and a team meeting. I think, Councilman Gardner, I was talking to him, and he and I shared the idea of actually us going to the schools to try to get to the teams. And I have, talked to the principal of Rollins Middle School, to go there during lunches. I think they have 3 lunches. So we could go there, you know, lunch, and get ideas from them. So we're going to them, but we would also post a meeting at the rec center again to confine that information we learned from the first meeting. And then, once we get to that point where everybody's happy, yep, that's the design, that's the elements on an above-ground park, we reach out and we go out to bid, which takes a month and a half, probably to go to bid and bring it to council.
Yep.
And I'm told that ordering these, it's not a time-sensitive thing, the lead time's not that much. Once it's ordered, one thing I'm not clear on yet is if our staff can install them. I'm thinking we probably can, but we might wanna hire a contractor to do that, so I don't know quite where we're there yet. But, so the reality is, we could have a team meeting and a town hall meeting in the next couple of weeks, to refine what we're looking at. We're looking at about a week to 2 weeks, let's call it 2 weeks, for a, skate park company to give us a redesign. So that's a month. And then really, we could probably go out to bid. We could get a cost estimate at the same time based on those features, and then go out to bid to purchase the, above ground equipment. That's another month and a half, so what are we looking at? 2.5 months, to accept the bid, or for the council to award a bid, and then maybe a month and a half from there, so 4 months, so let's even call it 5 months, starting from, let's say, even March, so April, May, June, July, August, so, I mean, maybe anywhere between June and August, we could actually have them skating. And it doesn't have to be that complicated, but we do want to invest in our youth by investing in the right equipment for a skate park. So we don't wanna just order what we have now. We do wanna get together with them one more time. You feel like probably need to come back to you guys and refine what we talked about? So it's not all of this to choose from, and hey, we heard you guys, and this is what we're looking at, would that help? Yeah. So the reality is, we could have this kids skating, before school starts or sooner.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna, close the workshop and have a recess between now and the meeting.
I may make an announcement, honorable mayor. Our in-room speakers are down, our microphones are actually working, but for some reason, these two speakers are not working. So if you're having trouble hearing, you might wanna scoot in and be closer to the front tonight.
Or let us know and we can speak up.
Or you can snuggle with the mayor, come sit right up there.
Mayor, go.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, there you are. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear, who is there?
This is Jennifer Brule.
With the restaurant?
Wing and Box. Yep,
Perfect.
at the golf course, yep.
Yes, so something's happened and our microphones aren't working. So,
Okay.
you might just listen, like, if you're can be in a quieter space, or if you're having trouble hearing, plug in like a earphones with a microphone or whatever.
Okay.
We normally are, decently fine at this, but, there's no amplification in the room, so that's gonna cause problems.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you're just talking during citizens participation, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I'll tell the mayor that you're on to do that so that he knows to call on you.
Okay.
Okay, and then Daryl, are you still there?
I am. I was just sending you a text to see if you wanted to share your screen, and I'll see if I can see why your mics aren't working.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. We are live on Facebook, so don't hurt too much. Can you still hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, there's a lot of ambient noise, so, so, Daryl, another super fun thing that happens is when I hang up the phone as the one person, because I hung up the phone, it didn't add me as myself. I'm now two people, so the phone says I'm muted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Like,
see.
I have, okay.
Yeah, thank you for the comment.
So,
I think they're gonna have it on.
are you suggesting we try to plug in the other cord?
I was just curious what the mic settings look like real quick.
Even though it's not doing anything?
Correct.
When you're on the phone, it doesn't let you see mic settings. I mean, I could change it to computer audio, because it's muted anyway. Should I do that?
How are you?
Hello?
I can hear you.
I'm calling your cell phone.
Okay. I've done it before, but not like.
Skate park and. You're fine. And that landscape. Yeah, some of it will be, the big chunk of it will be, but that's fine. I mean, you go way down the list. I think it was
But I can, we're not actually using that audio now, we're using that audio.
Sorry, Callie.
I can, okay, I didn't feel it. The red, the red direction with the red glitter. Okay, let's do that. So it's just the red line, just so we know.
Yeah, thank you.
So I don't, is there a reason? I don't know why it's not very good.
having this, I'll do the kind of pressure.
Everybody ready? I'll call this meeting to order at 7:30, and would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call.
They're working. Yes, they are. They're working. Mayor Terry Wyckoff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells. Here. Councilmember Aaron Durst.
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquis,
Here.
so sorry. Councilmember Linda Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg.
Here. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the agenda. And I would entertain a motion. Councilman Smith.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the February 1st, 2022 City Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting. Aye. Computer's updated. Actually, I also, mine didn't, kick me off, I guess.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is approve the minutes. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of January 18, 2022 as presented.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council regular meeting minutes of January 18, 2022 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner. Oh, good. Okay, online voting has closed. And the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Okay, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the special meeting minutes. Councilman Martinez.
Make a motion that we, pass the January 25th, 2022 special council meeting minutes.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the city council special meeting minutes of January 25th, 2022. Any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Hold on one second, my computer is in. Okay, online voting is open. Sorry. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is citizens' participation. This is a time when anybody can get up and speak about anything that is not on the agenda. You will be limited to 5 minutes. I want to point out that sometimes people get up and speak about things and we don't engage them, we don't answer back and such like that. Part of the reason we don't do that is the fact that, you have studied whatever you're thinking about, and, sometimes we have to do research before we respond. The other thing I would like to point out is, you can attack any issue you want, but no personal attacks allowed. So, is there anybody here that would like to, address this council, under this citizens' participation? Just please come forward, tell us who you are, and go from there.
I'm Jay Grable, and I thank you for having citizen participation. Sometimes it's the only way to get to talk to you guys all at once. I just wanted to thank you for last week. I have been dealing with the problem of Title 16 and the wording of it. It was difficult to get projects off the ground the way it is, and you allowed me to talk with your attorney. The attorney's taken a look at it. Your staff is moving forward. It looks like they are gonna address the issue on the 8th of this month. And it'll be a cumbersome process if we need to make changes, planning commission, city council, 3 readings, et cetera. But it looks like it's going as well as it can be. Just wanted to thank you for the help.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Honorable Mayor, we have a guest on the speakerphone. Ooh, Jason Wonderly.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, we have John and Jennifer on speakerphone from, Wing and Burger Box in Rock Springs. John, Jennifer, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am Jennifer, yep.
Hi, Jennifer. This is, regarding the Rochelle Ranch, Golf Course Restaurant. And so I wanted to start by just kind of talking to council about the process. We are in the process of looking for a restaurant to come into the golf course. Right now, the request for proposal is up on the city website, so we're entertaining people to submit their proposals at this time, as well as a business plan. We've been talking with John and Jennifer. They seem to be very interested in opening up at a restaurant, so they wanted to be here tonight. They are in Rock Springs. They were unable to make it this evening, but they wanted to call in and I believe just kind of address the council and see if council had any questions at this point. The process basically is RFP on the website, which is currently being handled, accepting proposals from interested restaurateurs, along with a business plan, and then we would bring a draft agreement to council for approval at some point. So, Jennifer, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We just wanted to introduce ourselves. You know, we've been in the food truck industry for about 2 years now, and when Yvonne reached out to us about this, it seemed we just wanted to come and see how it was, and we thought maybe it was probably too good to be true, but we definitely think that we can bring something to Rollins and hopefully get this going and bring a good restaurant to Rollins and hopefully get more people involved and find out who we are and all that. And hopefully we can get this up in front of the council and get it approved and we can get this open and running for you guys. We'd really like to help out the community in any way we can.
Well, thank you, and we do appreciate your interest in, this restaurant and look forward to, what's brought to us.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once? Nobody else? Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is, the presentation of the Community Builder Award for February, and, I will turn the floor over to the members of the volunteer committee.
Honorable Mayor and Council, can I ask that members of the volunteer committee please join me up here? So I'll do a brief background. I know we did present an award, last meeting to the Rollins Middle School. Going forward, the committee would like to, present a Community Builder Award at the first meeting of each month. We thought that would be better, because some of the department heads back there like to use up a lot of time. So we'll be doing it the first of the month going forward. And so this is part of the strategic plan. The directive is community trust and engagement. One of the initiatives is to increase the city's efforts in training and recognizing volunteers. So one of the projects identified in that is to develop a volunteer committee. And so we've done that. We developed one, I believe, in November. Some of our members are here tonight. And one of the first, I guess, projects we wanted to do is a Community Builder Award. We thought that was a great way to recognize community members for their volunteerism for the city. We do have other things coming. It's not just this Community Builder Award. We have barbecue and picnic and some other stuff, other ways that we want to recognize our volunteers as well. But this is, I guess, the first one that we're going to start with. The criteria for the award, just to give you an overview, is the Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city, and for other contributions significant to Rollins' quality of life. So for February 2022, we are very proud and excited to present the award to Luis Espinoza Jr., who's here, and we'll bring him up here in a few minutes. He was nominated for the Community Builder Award for his continued dedication to youth sports as one area. He's coached for over 2 decades in football and basketball. He has donated his time to making our programs better through his ability to teach and mentor players on the field and off the field during games and practice. We also asked Luis a few questions. One was, what do you appreciate about Rollins? And he answered that when needed, the community comes together to help out, creating successful performance of recreation programs. We also asked him, what are you most proud of in terms of your service within the community of Rollins? He said that successfully seeing the youth program unleash to young adults, to parents, and grow a new generation. So with this Community Builder Award comes with a $100 donation to a nonprofit of their choosing, and Luis really wanted to support the recreation center in general and the youth sports and things like that. And so Patty and I were kind of talking and felt that the best way to do so was for him to donate his $100 to the Nord Kirking Fund, which provides financial assistance and support to youth throughout Carbon County. We thought that was the best use of that money, and I think you agreed, and we appreciate that. And could we invite you to come up here? So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if there's anything you'd like to share with council or the public, or? Not really, but. Thank you. Well, thank you, really, so we appreciate it. And so let's do a photo op if we can. Mr. Mayor, would you mind joining us?
It's your camera.
Actually, we'll have the mayor probably share holding with this. Do you have any family members you want to have join up here? No. You want to come up for the photo? Family members?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. Thank you.
All the work. That's awesome. Right, you had all those games. Yeah.
Not very good project.
Ready?
Again, congratulations. Thank you. Very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you.
one of the reasons I love living in Rollins is the kind of people that give so unselfishly to this community and are part of it, and I, again, thank you, Louis, for all your hard work. All right. Next thing on our agenda is the Sage Creek, Basin Springs, Phase 1 update, and I will turn the floor over to, Engineer Austin Gilbert.
Okay, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'd just like to give an update on the project itself, that'd be the Sage Creek Basin Springs Pipeline Project Phase 1. Currently, we are at about 3,500 linear feet of pipe installed in the ground of the 10,000 feet that is called for in the project. At this time, we are working on ordering additional parts for air vents and air vault, and some connectors and connections to the existing system. We're hoping to get the work completed in terms of the transmission line section by the end of February, and hoping to complete the remainder of the accessories to that line by the end of March. That is the hope. Now, the weather could change, and that could change our schedule entirely, and I cannot hold the contractor to that at this time. I believe we have to essentially the beginning of June to complete the contract. So with that, does anybody have any questions for me at this time?
I guess I could ask you if you had any other problems other than finding anything new?
So we encountered some rock excavation, and the contractor was able to handle that with the excavator that they had. There was no special equipment that was needed to complete that work, but it did significantly reduce the, it made the work much more difficult.
I have nothing else, nothing to ask. Anybody have any questions?
How come you can't predict the weather, right?
Yeah, and
I mean, that just solves a lot of problems if you just do that, so.
right, looking at the historic climate data, it shows that.
See what you did there.
Yeah, we're looking at the end of February and going into March, more
A
snow.
lot of perfect weather.
Yeah, so, right now, snowpack is looking good. Some of the information I've received from other engineers shows that we're looking, like we have, like we're behind in terms of snowpack, but what we're observing in the field is looking really good. And then going on to another update is that, in this project, we've included a couple of change orders to do repairs to the transmission line, the main transmission line, such as at Lone Tree and at Station 815 and, at Teton. And with that work, currently, we're hoping to have that repair completed by the end of next week to get the transmission line back online and to stop drawing as much from our reservoirs. Does anybody have any questions related to that?
Councilman Smith?
How full are our reservoirs right now?
From what we saw in the field today, Atlantic looks like it's drawn down some, but I don't have exact numbers at this time.
Are they like half full or?
I don't know. I don't have that information at this time. I can get that information though.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next thing on our agenda is the DDA Main Street report.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I would like to introduce you appointed her, so you guys should, but Stephanie Hinkle is one of our board members, and she is here tonight to just hang out and get some information and give you guys some stuff. So we're gonna start doing this at the first meeting of every month also. And we're gonna kind of talk about some highlights, just really briefly of last year, and then kind of look forward to 2022. So the first thing is we wanted to talk about volunteer hours. So we track our volunteer hours per our Main Street agreement at the state and at the national level to be certified. And we finished up some year-end reporting and super excited to say that we had 3,310 hours of volunteer in 2021. And we look at, independent sector, and right now it's running $28.54. So that gives us a value of almost $95,000 in volunteer time. So thank to the community, to you guys, to everybody. Cool tidbit, we didn't track into 2020 because we started good and then things happened. In 2019, we ran 3,600 hours, so we were super close, and we still kind of had a crazy year for 2021. So again, thanks to the community, yourselves, and everybody involved. The next thing we have, exciting news, is Passion and Pride took a little bit of a different turn this year again because of what was happening in the community and to be safe. But we are very happy to say that we raised over $23,000 for 2021 Passion and Pride. We've already presented Serapimus with their portion of $2,300 to give out for scholarships for women in Carbon County. So they will be getting ready to give out their scholarships for this spring. And then the program that was chosen by the community was a community art banner program. So we're gonna kind of tease you guys. So the community art banner program will be downtown. It'll be on the black lamp poles, and anybody in Carbon County can submit submissions to have their banners hung up on the poles, light poles. So this is one submission, or three submissions, individual submissions, that Justin Martinez from Rollins Fire Extinguisher has submitted to us. Now, Tent City, this goes way back for a lot of people. It was our 100-year anniversary for Rollins. So what happened was Justin came into the office and he said, "Hey Pam, I have these really old posters from this thing called Tent City." And I'm like, "I don't even think you were born when Tent City happened. I was 3. So he said, "Well, can you bring them in and see if I can do those as submissions?" So he brought in these 3 posters, the Tent City one and the 2 bottom ones, and his dad and grandpa and his mom and his grandma all were telling him stories. So we took it and we were able to make it. So these are what 2 of the submissions will look like, that Rollins Fire Extinguisher. Super cool. People are talking about it. This is what you love about Rollins. And then he also had a really old Rollins UP sign that we also shot photography-wise. So these are 3 of the submissions that will be going in. And then these are 3 other ones that have already been done. We did examples of. This one was done by Marge McCrae as a photograph. So this will be a submission. And again, what the prompt is, what you love about Rollins. This one was submitted by Head Start. Did you guys know that we were the first Rollins was the first Head Start in the United States? Super cool. So this was their submission, and they got the kids to do it. And then the last one was done by a senior, Caitlin Garner. She graduated in 2020, and this is what she loves about Rollins, is the old historic building. And this was done by pencil, by hand, by her. So these are just a few. The full, we have these done as examples for the project, and then Justin saw them, and he got crazy and already did these. But the actual call for artists, for the community to get involved, will go out next week, because we love Rollins, and it's Valentine's Day. So that is, we're gonna kind of tie that together. And then the last thing that's gonna happen is, at the 2021, brought us 30 years as a downtown development authority, 30 years, and 15 years as a Main Street. And so we decided we needed a little refreshing, so you guys are actually getting books that'll be going out to our volunteers and community members. And this is the new logo and the new look of Rollins downtown Main Street. So we just want to say thank you for your continued support and kind of show you the new look. Stephanie? Anything? No. So any questions? And we'll just every month highlight, I mean, there's so many things, but every month we'll just highlight 2 or 3 things.
You know where more nothing was built at? Jeffrey Center.
Oh, yeah, the tent city, yeah, it was, they spent, what, two months in the Jeffrey Center just
They
hanging
built-
out.
They built that bar outside, they celebrate having gunfight right there.
Yeah, I've heard lots of stories about that somewhere in Rollins, Wyoming. So, thank you guys very much. And we look forward to a lot of submissions. And they can be they can be from anybody in the county, you have to live in the county, and the topic again is what you love about Rollins. So, and then they will be hung on June 4th. Yeah, so it's gonna go really quick, and we're gonna have artwork all over the 16 blocks. So, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next thing on our agenda is the city manager's report.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I have a few things tonight. I've got our monthly one-on-one meeting scheduled for this Thursday. I just wanted to go over that real quickly, make sure it still works for everyone. I have, Mayor Whitecomb would be 8 o'clock this Thursday, Councilmember Martinez at 9 o'clock, Councilman Durst at 10 o'clock, Councilwoman Smith at 11 o'clock, Councilman Gardner at 12:30, by phone, Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Wells at, 2 o'clock, and Councilmember, Weisenberg at 4 o'clock. Would that work for everyone still?
It will. Till 10 minutes before, and then I'll call you.
Okay. All right, great. Secondly, I'm working on, with Kathy, we're working on the Rock Creek, Impact Assistance Fund. We talked a little bit about that before, but we ended up, requesting approximately $95,000, using the same, format that we've used historically for the city. We have a short time frame to kind of get things ready, and we met today to go over that. But we have about a week and a half to put our documentation together. And then on February 17th, we have our pre-hearing. And then March 3rd and 4th is the actual hearing for Rock Creek. So I'm planning to attend that. Jody and Kathy, it sounds like we're all planning to attend to see what we can do, see if we can get that funding. Also, I wanted to mention, the financial auditors are here this week. I've been checking in with our finance employees just periodically, just seeing how things are going, and every indication is that it's going well. They're doing their thing, and we'll keep you posted. Yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, I received a letter today and a phone call from Ramon Castilleja. Thank you. So, and I just wanted, I asked, his permission to be able to read this tonight, and he said that he was planning on sending this letter out via social media, but I told him I would really like to read it if he was okay with that, and he said it would be fine. Our family wishes to express our heartfelt appreciation to the staff of Memorial Hospital, Carbon County, and City of Rollins Fire Department for the kind and excellent care given to our father, Ramon Senior, during his recent hospitalization. To the fire department and ambulance crew that transported him to the hospital, emergency room staff, doctors, nurses, EMTs, and CNAs, thank you for caring for him upon his arrival at the emergency room. Med-surg and ICU staff that cared for him during his hospitalization, the dietary staff that went above and beyond to provide him with food that he would eat, and all other staff instrumental in taking care of him, thank you. Of course, we are saddened by his passing, but find comfort in knowing that during his last days, he was surrounded by loving, compassionate, and professional people. In our opinion, there was no better place for him to spend his final days. Thank you all from the remote family. I just wanted to share that and thank, as they specifically mentioned, our fire department for that service that meant a great deal to this individual, and I thought it was worth sharing tonight. And that's all that I have for you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thing on our agenda is, city council reports and direction to the city. Does anybody have anything they would like to bring up? Councilman Smith?
I don't want to belabor this, but I think we were working on that water line for Starbucks. And, so I'd like to, I'm comfortable on the research we've done for the easement, because it's an agreement from 1978 reserving our water, utility lines. And there is a resolution on on the record where they vacated a sewer line previously. So what we're thinking we might be able to do is look at vacation of that water line if it's not in use and is not something that we need. So that's what we're looking at, and I think we're working with Lou and his staff to see if we can bring that back to the whole council, and that will help resolve the easement issue on the Starbucks property.
And we're actively working on that.
Thank you.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Oh.
Next, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just a follow-up to that, is Starbucks gonna be still interested?
We have an appointment set up with them, I can't remember what time it is, but it's just to kind of reconnect and say, hey, just see where they're at, and then to provide some alternative options to consider. And so,
Thank Chris for his late work on this.
Yeah,
because he
yeah.
really wanted to-
yeah, absolutely. So we wanna keep this conversation open and moving, so we can find, hopefully we can figure this out here, and there's some plausible ways to do this, so we'll be right on it.
I see Nate in the back had his hand up.
Yeah, that meeting's tomorrow afternoon, and, communication has remained intact. And there's, Elliot Smith has continued to show interest, so.
Thank you.
Things are good.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Weisenberg?
So, just, everybody knows that we had a, planning and zoning meeting last night, for a zone change to a C2 for the, BLM barracks. It did pass, it wasn't unanimous. There's some concerns, with some things in that aspect. But it'll be coming forward to council soon, I imagine, so, and then I'll share my thoughts at that point in time too on that, so. But, the other thing too is, Sean, you know, we have a lot of derelict vehicles and stuff like that going on and stuff, Jabari mentioned Title 19, Title 16, all that stuff with, all that stuff in, residential neighborhoods and stuff, but, you know, code enforcement's a huge thing, and we have a horrible problem in the industrial area. We need to get that taken care of. There's people parking vehicles pretty much on the street now, it's all the way down through there. If we're trying to build a community with businesses coming in here, we gotta get that cleaned up. That's the last thing someone wants to see when they drive down into an industrial park like that.
I agree, could I speak to that one? Or actually, can I put Chief on the spot for a second? Sure.
So, Honorable Mayor, council members, Mike Ward with the Ronald City Police Department. This is something we've been working on. As you know, we have one code enforcement officer that was transitioned from the fire department to the police department about a year and a quarter ago. At this point, he is acting in a reactionary fashion, not a proactive fashion, and that is because he's operating alone and the volume of complaints that come in, it fills his time. In terms of derelict vehicles, he has been addressing those specifically in different parts of the city. And there is a specific part of the city with a large problem of derelict vehicles that he is in the process of addressing.
That's the industrial area?
It is.
It's like every day something new shows up down there. I drive through there and it's getting ridiculous. You can't.
So letters have already been sent to at least 4 business owners, and he's in the process of communicating with them currently.
I just think it's a dangerous situation when you're double stacking cars. I mean, kids can go over there and play, get hurt, anything could happen at that point in time.
Councilman Martinez?
I got a couple of things. One is, didn't we appropriate funds for a new, code enforcement person in this last budget?
It's frozen right now, the position's
So what's the
frozen.
deal on there? What's happening there?
We're just waiting for the audit to be completed so that we can feel comfortable unfreezing it.
Because I know that's part of the problem. The other thing is, we have an ordinance, Title 19 is an ordinance that says you can't have, derelict vehicles or, what do you call it, I lost my train of thought. All these vehicles piled up on a piece of property in a residential area. Well, we had one, now we got two. And it just drives me crazy, and then I come to the meeting and they say, well, we got Title 19, now, well, Title 19 doesn't mean anything if we pass it and it's not enforced. So, those are the only two things I wanna bring up. I'd like to push for that, extra code enforcement person, cause I know the one we got, he just can't deal with it. He's got a pretty good sized town, and it's hard.
Can I ask a question? Like, when you have a car parked on the street and it's not been licensed for a long time or whatnot, it doesn't have to necessarily be the code enforcement officer to tag that car, does it? Can't the
No,
police
in fact,
do
if
it
it's
also?
on the street, it's actually a police issue and not a code enforcement issue. I'm pretty sure, you may have to correct me on this, under his job description, the code enforcement officer is in charge of titles 5, 8, and 12. He may or may not have authority for 19. This issue spans both code enforcement plus, parking regulations and different laws that the sworn officers are also authorized to enforce. In fact, in some cases, it's just the officers that can enforce them. So when the complaints come in, they get either directed to the code enforcement officer if it falls under his authority, or the police officers if it falls under theirs.
I hope we're not just doing complaint triggered, enforcement, because then that's not fair. I mean, you live in one neighborhood and people are not tolerant at all, or you live in another neighborhood where they kind of enjoy junk in the front yard. The same laws apply to everybody, so, I hope we're not just doing complaint triggered.
I'd love to get to a point where we had, the 2 code enforcement officers and more police officers so that we could be more proactive, due to staffing. Currently, we're in a reactive mode, but I would foresee that we should move into a proactive mode.
Okay. Councilman Smith, you wanted to say something?
I have, not for the chief, but, I'm going to ask you to be a prognosticator. The audit should be finished by what, 1st of March, or the one that's holding up everything is not 2021, but the one before. How soon do you think we'll have that ready for us?
They'll finish the on-site audit this week, and typically it's gonna take at least 2 weeks, it seems like, before, they finish up their work. I hope, or maybe, Jody, do you wanna talk about that? You probably have a better idea than I do.
Okay, so they will be here, the auditors will be here through sometime Thursday. And then they will go back to their offices, and they still may communicate to us through Zoom or calling or whatever. I expect that at this point, it'll take at least another month to 2 weeks, at a minimum. And so they average about 2 months per audit is what they've estimated. So that gives us February, they started in January collecting data. So January, February, I would say sometime mid-March, end of March. And then that will be the 2020 fiscal year end audit. And then they'll go right into the, 21-22 year audit, which will take about another 2 months. So we're looking at probably June, by the time they're done, which will mean they're gonna then go right into the 3rd audit. So that's kind of the time frame that I'm looking at.
Jody, the first audit would be possibly done by about March 15th, April 1st.
definitely by then, I would,
Okay,
I would think so.
that's the one I think is holding up everything. And is it possible, because I was one of the council people who helped freeze that, I guess you might say, I'm thinking that if we've got some really good reports coming back on that, and after we see the enterprise funds and we're active on that, then we might at least begin to advertise for that position and be ready by April first too. So that's what I'm thinking, if the council wants to take a look at that, but I'm holding firm on the audit, but I think that if it's gonna look good, then maybe we can start planning on unfreezing that at some point in the next month.
My viewpoint there is that we'll know whether it looks good when we get it.
Yeah.
But until then, it'll be comments maybe, but the bottom line is when you get the audit.
If I would like to, if I could add, is that when we get the first audit, they'll be able to give me the ending balances as of June 30th, 2020. And I have to be careful with my years, it does get a little confusing. And they will give me those balances, which are also it's the same as the beginning balances of the next fiscal year, which would be ending in 21. So once we have the 2021, then, they will give me the journal entries, and I will be able to have actual, data, true reliable data as balance sheets. The balance sheets are where the fund balances are held, where the assets and liabilities and all of that, I'll have that information. But that also leaves the next year, and so my comfort level is having both of them done. However, I do recognize that that's still quite a ways away, and we may not want to hold off doing anything until then. But I would definitely wait until the first audit is done, which will give us a really good idea of where we're going. The auditors will feel better once that one is done. They've had to go back into 18, 19 and finish, really look hard at that. That's what a lot of their time has been on, which, by the way, is a bit out of the scope. And so, we may have an additional amount that we should pay, for that additional work that was unanticipated. That will be another discussion on another day. But, that's kind of what they have told me, and so, I talked to them yesterday and today, and that's kind of where they're at.
Councilman Martinez?
My question, and I could be totally wrong,
Okay.
I just wanna know how we're doing in the enterprise funds. Because we've talked sometime about transferring funds from the general to the enterprise. And I wanna know where we're at on those enterprise funds, so that I'm making the right decision.
Correct.
As to how we transfer this money or how much.
Yes, and so we'll have a better idea of who owns what money. And what I mean by that is how much is really in the general fund. And Parks and Rec at 15 is a standalone fund, although that is actually part of general fund. So when I talk general fund, I'm including Parks and Rec in that. But, and then the enterprise funds will also be in that consideration. So we will have those numbers, that we can rely on and kind of take a better educated guess at where they are currently, just by rolling the revenues and the expenditures forward.
Because it won't be long and we'll be talking about enterprise funds, we'll be talking about a landfill and water and sewers and things. And so it's important for me at least that when we make decisions as to where we're at on those funds.
Yes.
If we're behind or ahead, I hope we're ahead.
Yeah. It would be fantastic if it came back that the money for the utilities are healthy.
Yes.
But at this point, we just don't have enough to really know. So, at the end of this audit, we will be much better, but we still have the next audit to get through just in case something pops its head up there. So that's just a caution, not to be too excited about having the first audit done. We still have ways to go.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just, you will be having a special council meeting on Monday, February 7th, in regards to Chris's BLM, what you were talking about just a couple moments ago. So that will be on that's the only thing on the agenda for right now, is the BLM approving the change from the zoning change. Okay?
Okay.
It's at 6 o'clock.
May I ask, why are we having a special meeting just for that?
I can tell you,
I think.
it's time sensitive. They have to turn that in by the 8th, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have to turn it in by the 8th, otherwise they can lose their federal funding for this. But ultimately, it's only a barrack complex at this point in time. They have a future possibility of building a fire station and stuff over there.
And why did they send letters out a mile away from the project?
So the reason that happened is because it's not a mile away from the project. So they're trying to rezone 24 acres or 27 acres, something like that. It's not just this little section where they're gonna build, they wanna rezone around where the city of Rollins property is. So there's some,
Okay, I didn't know that.
yeah, there's some questions and concerns, about that, because, and this is what I'll bring up to Kathy too, I guess, but I want something changed where, we have to have a percentage sign off on, for, someone to do a special use permit, right? But to do a zoning change, you don't have to have anything signed off from any neighbors. They're just saying, hey, we're going to ask this. Now, if it passes or anything like that, then it takes 20% to petition that, is what it takes. So, it's not fair to the neighbors or the neighborhood in that situation for them not to have any kind of vocal concern. So if this gets rezoned around there, then there's nothing that says they can't build any kind of business over there, because the citizens of that neighborhood or in your ward over there have no say in what should be built, pretty much.
Thank you for the information.
I'll be there. Yeah. Anything else? All right, thank you. Next thing we will, on our agenda is, the interim city, attorney report.
Thank you. This will be short. I did meet with Jay Graybo as requested by the city council, last week. We really talked about two issues. I thought there was just one, but there were two. One has to do with Title 19, which is your zoning ordinance. And there was an old 19, then a new 19, and the new 19 got repealed, so it's back to the old 19. Under the new 19, the one that got repealed, an RV park was a permitted use in his particular zoning. Under the current ordinance, requires a special use permit. That was a concern, one that I really wasn't prepared to address because that's the ordinance. And when you're talking about changing zoning ordinances, it's more complicated and time consuming than just complying with what you got on the book, in my view. Now, I don't think Jay particularly agreed with that, but I want you to be aware that that was one issue that we talked about. The second one, which was really the one that I thought that the council had referred to me to, or asked me to talk to Jay about, had to do with RV parks. Your current ordinance concerning RV parks was adopted in 2005. It had some minor, amendments in 2007. Jay's characterization, when he was here a couple weeks ago, was it appeared that maybe RV parks were an afterthought when they got stuck in Title 16, which really deals with mobile home parks, manufactured home parks. And when I look at that, in 2005, it may not have been an afterthought, and that might have been the way that cities and towns dealt with them. But in 2022, there's really more efficient ways to deal with RV parks that protect the city, protect the people that come to and use RV parks. And so you may want to well consider updating how you deal with RV parks. I learned, I didn't know this, that there is actually a uniform act for recreational vehicle parks, 2021. In a lot of other instances, the city has adopted uniform codes because that way we kind of do things the same way other people do. But even if you don't want to do uniform code, if you're so inclined to change your RV park ordinances, there are, again, ways to protect the city, the people that utilize them, but yet have those sorts of developments occur. And I really would need direction, and you need more information, and your city staff need more information to move in that direction. But I thought it was a productive conversation. When I look at it from the city's point of view, that's always different from a developer point of view. But I think there's middle ground and way to move forward to address those concerns. There are things in your manufactured home ordinance, the Title 16, that really don't apply to an RV park, like bonding. I mean, and an RV park is kind of halfway in between a hotel and a manufactured home park, because there are times when people live in those for extended periods of time. And so you've got to make sure that the services are there and that certain requirements are met. But on the other hand, a manufactured home park is one where people make permanent residence. So I'll be glad to answer any questions about that, but we did meet, and at the city, if they're so inclined, might consider looking at updating them.
I've read through those, and, like, one of the things that stuck out to me, and our rules say an RV park has to have paved roads and this and that. I've stayed in 20 of them, none of them had paved roads. So just in reading down through there, you can tell that it was meant for manufactured homes and not really an RV park. So I agree, and I would like to move forward with looking at those rules and making them reasonable. Councilman Weisenberg?
So, during the whole thing of looking at the water lines and stuff like that for that property for Starbucks and stuff, I actually got in a conversation with Lou also about the Title 16, because that'll come before planning and zoning also. So I think, Title 16, Title 19, both of them are scheduled to kind of start coming before, planning and zoning February 14th maybe, or I can't remember the exact date for the meeting they gave us, maybe it's 8th, I don't remember, but during talking to Lou, they do have a NFPA 1194, and it's a standard for recreational vehicle parks and campgrounds, and that was in 2021. So it might be worth us adopting something like that in for the recreational vehicles, because it shows all kinds of stuff. I read through a bunch of it too, curb and gutters through the whole thing. You have to have, utility services on every one kind of deal. It's not specific utility, but monitored and everything. It's not meant for an RV park, right? And it don't fit with what you would look at. If you look right next to Jay's property is, KOA campground. It don't have curb and gutter, and the way that reads is it'd be curb and gutter around every single space and paved on every single space for park in, so it'd be only fair to look at that.
Yeah, I agree.
The other thing that I just wanna touch base with you generally is, we think that things are going, smoothly with, the interim city attorney. We've kind of fallen into a routine. We're doing what I would call routine sort of legal work, and that is reviewing contracts. And we're doing a few, what I would call minor, some ordinance, drafting. We spend a lot of time with planning and zoning, but we're essentially providing support services to the other departments, which is what the city attorney ought to do. The allocation of time over the last 4 months has been real consistent, and that breakdown is about 50% of the time is spent with city court, city prosecution, about 25% with planning and zoning, and related issues, and the other 25% with what I would call administrative. And that's, you know, support to the council, review of contracts, fielding just general legal questions. So that's been pretty consistent throughout the last 4 months. So, do you have any questions, any concerns?
I do.
Anything I can answer?
It's really, I've tried to research the phoning into, council meetings and executive sessions and trying to figure that out, and there's evidently, half a dozen, different sets of rules we're supposed to go by. I'd like to have some clarification on that, and if you're not prepared tonight, that's okay. I would be more than happy to, you know, have it be discussed at the next meeting, but there was the resolution, from the city, and then there was another resolution, I guess, after COVID or something. And then the state has rules that it interjected, and, it's just confusing to me. I'd like clarification on that.
Well, I can tell, I mean, having reviewed your ordinances in general, I can tell you that you, at some point in time, the city council adopted a general rule in your ordinances, about how you can remotely participate in the meeting. I've not read the 2 resolutions that you're referring to. I'm familiar with the COVID, you know, sorts of restrictions and accommodations that need to be made for that. So it would probably be better if I look at the resolutions before I look at it specifically. I can tell you just as a general proposition that since about 1976, because the case came up is, if you remember the, armband case and the 14 football players that sued the University of Wyoming, that was like in 1976. That's the first time the Wyoming Supreme Court recognized that it's permissible for someone to attend a public meeting remotely, but it was by conference telephone. So it's been the law for 50 years that you can do that. Recently, and I say within the last year or so, the Wyoming legislature has, in the Public Records Act, has 1 paragraph that they've added about remote meetings. And that remote meeting, that statute has some specific requirements about the public has to be able to see, hear, and participate, that may not be the word, in discussion, simultaneously with what you're doing. So if you have an exhibit, I think I saw somebody hold one up, they've got to be able to see everything that you're seeing. But, it's permissive with a governmental entity as to whether or not they allow participation by remote. I will tell you that that's really, has become the standard. And ones that don't recognize it will probably find themselves unable to conduct public business, because oftentimes that's the only way you can have a quorum, is by allowing that. But I'll be glad to look specifically at the resolution. I've seen your ordinance, and then you could play Stump Kathy, by asking me questions about what does it say, what does it do, but at least I'll be a little better informed.
Well, and my concern isn't necessarily with calling into the meeting. My big concern is, with executive sessions and, and whatnot, so look into that too when you,
Well,
what you.
and I can tell you what the rules have been in terms of other governmental entities, and I won't tell you that they're written down rules, but other governmental entities that I've represented when they have executive sessions, again, it's your rules, you can set them however you want, you don't have to allow it, but typically, they have allowed people to participate in executive sessions, but, and there's a way, the person who's not there has to affirm that, one, they're by themselves because of the confidentiality requirement, and they have to be affirmed, meaning they tell you, that, one, they're alone, and two, they're in a secure location where others who are not permitted to be part of the executive session cannot hear. Just like when we go downstairs.
Yeah.
But again, you guys can make the rules, but everybody ought to know what they are. So.
Well, it's very confusing, because there's these conflicting resolutions out there, and so if you could boil it down for us, that, what trumps what and what doesn't, I would appreciate that.
Okay, all right, and I'll get 1 point or 2 point if I don't fall over and I can articulate something that makes sense, so. But I'll be glad to look at that, and I'll get the 2 resolutions. Any other questions, concerns, things I can answer?
Sean, would you mind sharing what you found out from the county on the last day of the
Oh,
building?
I will.
That was really interesting.
Okay. If you'll recall, we had a workshop and we were concerned about how we get the city's money back, once you abate, dangerous buildings. And we went through the ordinance, and I think it said some things that all of us were surprised to find that it said. At least I was. And so, once you go through the process, you've demolished the building, you've spent city money to do that, then we come to the time for it where we wanna get the money back. And so what your ordinance says, which is again the uniform code, is that we have a bunch of due process hearing sort of things where we quantify for sure the dollar amount that the city is owed. Then you have to decide, under your ordinance, do you wanna make it a obligation of the individual, which means that the city then has to go to the court, depending on the dollar amount, either circuit court or district court, sue the person, get a judgment, and collect. So, that's one option. The other option was that you make it an obligation of the property. And if you take that election, then the process in the uniform code is you take the dollar amount that we've quantified after allowing all the due process, and we take it to the county assessor's office, and they add it to the tax bill. And then the county sends out the tax bill that includes the property taxes and what's owed to the city. So my question was to the assessor, can you do that? Will you do that? And I met with Ashley yesterday, and they have now met and considered it, and they will do it.
They would?
They would.
See, the last time
That's
we
not
went
cool.
through this, the last time we went through this, it was the county, through, I believe it was a, county assessors association or something. They decided that, they left it up to the individual county, but they would help.
And Carbon County will help, so that's good for the city in a number of ways. One, we don't have to amend the ordinance, because we have a process that we can utilize. That it's not a silver bullet. I mean, I don't wanna mislead you in that respect, because while it goes out on the tax notice, if the person doesn't pay when they get the bill, then the county will do what they do with people that don't pay their taxes. It goes on the tax bill. And maybe somebody will buy it, and the city gets their money back, but if it's a huge, huge amount, it may just sit there. And so, we just, again, it's not a silver bullet, but it is a way to try to get some money.
Can the city show up to the tax auction and, buy it for the amount owed the city? Plus
Well,
the
or for whatever, plus the
Yeah,
tax.
plus
I
the
mean, you
taxes.
can bid in, if your number gets pulled, because they use a lottery system
Sure.
to do that. And if you're the successful purchaser, the city's success, then, you've gotta pay the taxes for 4 years, and you get the tax deed and all that. So it could be an extended period of time.
What if we did that, wouldn't, like if the city showed up to the tax auction and bid the amount of the, lien that we would have, I guess we'll call it a lien, for lack of
Yeah, it is.
whatever, and then, pay the taxes, then if somebody else came along, or if that person did go ahead and pay that up, then, then we'd have our money back without having to go through, acquiring it over a period of 4 or 5 years, and then reselling it. I
Right.
mean, it
Plus
wouldn't
you get
be, wouldn't be a
10%
hurt thing to,
Plus you
Yeah.
get 10% interest.
and it wouldn't, that wouldn't be, that's the worst case scenario, but it wouldn't be that bad, is what I'm thinking, but Councilman Smith?
Kathy, could the city, in lieu of those two options, could they have an agreement with the property owner just to assume, or have them deed it over to them
That's always
in
an
lieu
option.
of?
That's always an option.
And so I don't think that's in the ordinance, but it'd be something we could look at, is it?
And from the city's perspective, the short answer is yes. And you may need to be selective from time to time about which properties you actually wanna buy. And there may be some that you wanna do a phase 1 environmental assessment on, because if you become in the chain of title, you're just like everybody else, that you have some responsibilities there. But in the ordinary circumstance, that may well be the best way for the city to recoup all what turns out to be thousands of dollars, is to enter into an agreement with the property owner that you become.
If they will enter it.
If they will do it, yes.
But if it's a dangerous building and they don't wanna cooperate, it does seem like there is a path forward where it's a long path, but I mean, it's better than no path.
Yeah.
Sounds encouraging.
Yeah, but anyway, I was appreciative of Ashley and Renee and then Gwen, all, because they were all involved in that decision that they would do that.
Other counties do it. I know in Uinta County, they've done that with some success, and then in Cheyenne, they've tried it, and they've done something different lately, but just as, what was it, 6 months ago when we went to WAM, they were searching for the same answers we are. But since then, something's happened over there, because they haven't moved forward, and I haven't talked to anybody over there.
People donated the property to the city.
Oh.
Before they got to the court. The other thing is, we've had people that, are willing to clean up a piece of property. They don't have the funds, but they're willing to sign a document turning over the property to the city until such time they can pay it off, pay the city. Is that something that can be done legally?
You can always enter into an agreement, into
Because
contract.
the building's still sitting there, it was a brick building, and I don't know what happened at the end, it's just sitting there now.
And there are some abatement actions where you have some, what I would call settlement agreements with the individuals, and that is a real common, and those are blessed by the court, the hearing officer.
Well, just so it's legal, the city has documentation that they owe the city X amount of money, and until that's paid off, they can't sell their properties. That was.
It's essentially the lien that they voluntarily sign.
Yeah.
I think that would clean up a couple of buildings, 'cause I know of one circumstance where you're talking about that this gentleman wants to clean the lot off, but he doesn't have money for the dump fees. but I think he would be willing to, sign an agreement with the city saying, I owe you that money, and then when he sells the property, to pay off the dump fees. It sounds like a very
And I'll check
amicable way of doing it.
Of that, I mean, you can own real property and take interest in property. A mortgage is an interest in real property. Well, are there any other questions?
Councilman Weisenberg?
I think the only thing I'd like you to look into is maybe adding that, the signature percentage for a zone change in that stuff, please.
And we have noticed in working with some of the zoning ordinances, there's some inconsistencies in the procedures.
Yeah. Tell me.
Okay.
Well, when
All
I
right,
read,
I was looking.
when I read some of those ordinances, what occurs to me is they're written for the average person to use. And so many of them are so confusing that the average person can't, I mean, we need to recodify or whatever. I mean, we need to go through them, and they're not user-friendly at all. And there are contradictions in some of them, and
Well, and it's like the Chief Ward's comment about the enforcement, code enforcement officer, where he enforces titles 8, 12, and some, and that's true, but to really know what he enforces, it's, circumstance specific. And so you have to read through the ordinance to see who's got the authority to do what, and sometimes it's interspersed. But you're right, I mean, and once you get your regular city, once you get a real lawyer, I'm just kidding. But that really, I hope, no. I mean, and we've kind of been keeping track of some things that are aspirational maybe, but I hope that there will be an orderly process to review some of your ordinances, to make sure the terminology is used correctly and consistently throughout, and that it's real easy, to understand, here's what the rules are, and here's what the consequences are if you don't obey them.
that will help.
Yeah, but really, you guys are, you're functioning good, it's been a great ride, so, and that's a compliment, but I will look at that.
Thank you.
Because we have noticed that there are some, real inconsistencies, particularly in that planning zoning area, in terms of what's required. And there are some gaps that it would be helpful to know how many days you advertise and under what circumstances, and it just makes the job easier for everyone.
Councilman Smith had the question?
One question quickly for you. Were you able to get the language for the reinvestment policy?
The investment policy?
Reinvestment policy.
Or the statement of investment policy. I think you've been working on it, and we have talked about it, but we don't have it specifically yet.
Okay,
But it's, yeah,
thank you.
yeah, and it's actually, will be rather, as you might expect.
Thank you.
So, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Appreciate everything you do. All right, next thing on our agenda is, city council reports and direction to the, wait a minute, we're past that. Next thing on the agenda is, unfinished business, there's none, and so we will go to, approval of the payroll. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Durst?
I move to approve the January 2nd, 2022 through January 15, 2022 payroll register for $241,893.40.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the January 2nd, 2022 through January 15, 2022 payroll register, for $241,893.40. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you very much. Next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of January 2022 to January 2022 in the amount of $178,054.23.
And move to second it, so the motion's been made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for the period of January 2022 to January 2022 in the amount of $178,054.23. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right. The next thing on our agenda is, to approve a for consideration agreement between Rollins Raptors. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to consider approval of an agreement between City of Rollins and the Rollins Raptors Hockey Club for the operation of ice skating rink located across from the recreation center.
Second. Been a motion made and seconded to consider approval of an agreement between the City of Rollins and the Rollins Raptor Hockey Club for the operation of the ice skating rink located across from the recreation center. Is there any discussion? And Jason, I will call on you to tell us what's going on.
Honorable Mayor and Council, so we placed this informational item on the January 18th agenda for discussion to talk about what we can do to get the ice rink going this winter. And after discussion, council agreed with staff's recommendation to work with legal and the Raptors to bring an agreement to council for consideration. We talked with Andrew approached council, I think, and he had mentioned that he didn't feel like the weather was gonna be appropriate for us to be able to put ice down this winter. Having said that, we felt we would do the work, the last couple weeks to get the rink ready to go in case Mother Nature said, hey, February's gonna be nice and cool, let's get some ice down out there. So our parks crew went out there and removed some ice and snow, did some work. I noticed that the Raptors went through and took care of some of the safety issues that we identified on our inspection, so things have been moved forward in that, aspect. I don't know if Andrew's here tonight, I don't see him. So they're keeping up their end of the bargain, so really, council wishes to, approve this agreement, tonight. If the weather looks like we're gonna have a few weeks of nice cold weather, we can make an attempt to get some ice down. None of what we've done is, let's see, what a better way to say it. So it's good that we're working on this, whether it happens this year or not, because we're gonna be even stronger and better and better prepared to operate next winter, I believe, by approving this agreement now. So, one of the pros is that if the weather does permit, we could, work with the fire department and get some water down there in a few phases, try to get some ice going so we can get some skating done. It will require some city resources, but I think council and staff agrees that it's well worth it to give the community, an additional outdoor recreation opportunities in the wintertime. And a lot of the work's already been done, so, our parks crew also did some rough grading, so that's been, addressed as well. And so the alternative would be if council doesn't want to approve the, agreement tonight, we could, have more time to focus a little bit more, work with the Raptors, and maybe, maybe modify the agreement as seen. I wanna say also, though, we could still do that if council approved the agreement tonight, before we open a rink next year. If there was any concerns or suggestions on revisions to that agreement, we could make those prior to opening next year. So, it's at council's pleasure, but staff's recommendation is to review and approve the attached, agreement on your agenda this evening. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
This isn't a contract, right? This is just an agreement between them that we can start putting a little ice down so they can skate.
Right, I believe that it really has to do with, it's the Raptors Club equipment on city property, and it kind of addresses a few of those items, and it might talk about maintenance responsibilities.
I mean, I'm all in favor of it. I have trouble understanding why if we can't use the skating rink for the Raptors Club and their hockey team, that we just start a regular little skating rink out there for the kids to use this year, and next year finish, work with the Raptors to get what they want. Does that sound kind of what we wanna do?
Well, I'm not
Two different
I'm not 100% sure that we're gonna have the right kind of weather to even have a skating rink, but
I don't either.
But I think for long-term planning reasons, we should, enter into this agreement now so everybody kind of knows what's going on. If it happens this year, that's wonderful. If it don't, then we're on track for next year.
I just was kinda thinking that if the weather changed and they could get a little warmer out there, the kids could go over there and just ice skate. That's what we did here.
Well, that's what we would be voting on tonight. Councilman Weisenberg was first.
Yeah, I'd imagine, Kathy, you've read the agreement, correct?
I wrote it.
I figured, it don't have an end date, so is that, what do we need to do for an end date on that agreement?
Actually, there's a blank where you have a starting date and then you have an ending date. And it's your pleasure in terms of what you want to put in terms of that ending date. I included the language that if it goes beyond January first of 2023, because we have a new council, that the grounds are there for the agreement still to be binding. But I also provided in the agreement that you can terminate it on 5 days' notice. So
yeah,
you have a lot of flexibility, and part of the reason I built that flexibility in is we don't really know what's gonna happen, and so I don't want you to be stuck with a long-term agreement that is a bad idea for the city. And so, if you need to cancel, you can, then you can start over, but on the other hand, if you wanna move forward, you can. We also addressed the insurance issue and that Linda had, brought up. The city is not covering any of their personal property, it's their responsibility to get their own insurance on their personal property, which are the boards and some metal sort of thing. And we're not responsible for damage that happens after that.
So is your recommendation like an annual thing possibly? Like February first to February first, maybe?
Or I would probably do it from, because you really need some lead time to get it ready. I mean, you need to have it start like in November, don't you?
Yeah, I would recommend more of like in August or so, from August to August. Because one of the other advantages of having an agreement signed, approved tonight by council is our Parks and Recreation staff do long-term planning for our recreation programs. We look far in the future. If we know this is happening for next winter, our recreation staff can start looking at things like skating with Santa or, you know, a mommy, daddy, and me skate program, or other things that we could also incorporate that the city can utilize that ice for, our programming. So that just gives us more, time to plan for that. But I think as far as an agreement, I think something more like August to August, or even July to July, because it gives us more time to get ready for the winter time.
I'm just thinking if you went February first to February first, you still have that lead time in August and stuff right now.
Well, you wouldn't wanna end the agreement in the middle of the winter. I think it should run from like, just because of our year starts in July, just July to July. And then that way, like, the agreement doesn't run out in February in the middle of winter. Does that make sense? Vice Mayor Wells?
So do I need to do like a friendly amendment to add in the timeframe?
Right, and if there's a motion to approve, include the term, and I would suggest that you have February 1st, 2022. That way, if the weather does turn, so that you can have ice until, July of 2023. That'll get you on a fiscal year then.
Vice Mayor Wells?
June 30th.
I'd like to make a a friendly amendment to say, move to approval of an agreement between the city of Rollins and the Rollins Raptors Hockey Club for the operation of ice skating rink located across from the recreation center to operate for a term of February of 2022 to July 31st of 2023.
Or June thirtieth.
Oh, June 30th.
Of 2023. That'll put you
Of
through the
2023.
fiscal year.
Okay. Did you get that? Ask Kathy, she'll say.
February, it'll start February 1, 2022, and end on June 30th, 2023.
June.
Who said that?
Either Chris or I.
Yeah.
June 30th, 2023? Okay.
Whoever they chose, I do second.
Move to approve the agreement, it's the agreement, right, it's not a contract.
So who seconded that motion?
The original.
Chris.
Okay,
I second that.
Thank you.
so there's been a motion made to consider approval of the agreement between the city of Rollins and Rollins Raptor Hockey Club for the operation of the ice skating rink located across from the recreation center, starting in February, 2022 and ending in June 31st, 2023, correct?
June 30th.
June 30th, I'm sorry, yeah. 30th, yeah.
On February 1st.
Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Okay, online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you, Jason. All right, next thing on our, agenda is, approval of the urban system cooperative agreement. Councilman Smith?
I move to authorize the mayor to sign the Urban Systems Cooperative Agreement 70103 between YDOT, the city of Rollins, and Carbon County to continue access of federal funds of approximately $170,000 annually.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to authorize the mayor, myself, to sign that urban systems cooperative agreement 70103 between YDOT, the city of Rollins, and Carbon County to continue access to federal funds of approximately $170,000 annually. Is there any discussion?
And you'll notice that this is an amended and restated cooperative agreement. The reason it's amended and restated, the county had, apparently with each of these projects, there are separate contracts for the project, and if it benefits the county, then the county pays it. If it's the city's contract, then the city is more responsible. And the county had requested that there was more specific language that says, that actually delineates who pays for what and who is responsible. That way, the city isn't more responsible for a county project and vice versa. So that's a good amendment from the city's perspective. So that's what the amendment does.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Let's see, the next thing on our agenda is to, approve a urban systems cooperative agreement.
We just did that one.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that. Sorry. Next thing on our agenda actually is, approve a professional services contract with Sunrise Engineering, Vice Mayor Well.
I move to approve the proposed contract for professional services with Sunrise Engineering for construction management services.
Second?
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the proposed contract for professional services with Sunrise Engineering for construction management services. Is there any discussion? Austin, would you come up and tell us why we should do this, or not do this, whatever you want?
Honorable Mayor, Council, at this time, we need some construction benefit services to oversee, to observe, and to document the progress of the project. At this time, the contractor is working much of their time without any observation from the city to ensure quality. And I believe that the quality is so important for this project, so we don't have to go back and do this work again. It's so important, and that this work release is what it technically is called, is for $100,000 to have an observer out on the construction site from Sunrise Engineering for approximately, I believe it's 8 hours a day through the project completion, to ensure that the pipe is installed correctly, that the bedding material is installed correctly, that the fittings are installed correctly, that they're performing the work according to plan, to ensure that the fittings are properly connected to the spring boxes, et cetera. All the connections are properly executed in the contract. And at this time, my time that I have with the city is limited in terms of what it takes to be up in the field, in terms of how many hours a week I can work, and this would substantially help reduce my workload and also improve quality, having people on the ground who are more qualified than myself as engineers to do the observations, because my line of work is highway work and roadway engineering, and this water line project would be good to have someone out there who has experience with water line projects and observation.
Councilman Durst?
So I guess, if they saw inappropriate work, would they have the authority to, shut it down, or would they just simply make a phone call to you? So what happens if they find some kind of issue?
Excellent question. So effectively, I'll still remain the project engineer for the project as representative for the city. Where decisions need to be made with the contractor, I will be the representative for the city, but I will not have to be constantly boots on the ground.
Councilman Smith?
Yes, I just wanna hear from our finance director where the $100,000 will be allocated from.
Would you like to speak?
Sure, we'll talk to them.
Sorry for John's budget, but I wanted to know.
That's okay, I appreciate the question. So from what I understand is this will still fall within the 1.55 million that we have, already planned and budgeted for. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there is no additional cost, it's just reallocating some of the funds within that 1.55.
Thank you, makes me feel better.
I'm just doing the math here, and it looks like we're gonna be paying $1,000 a day for an 8-hour shift for somebody to watch them work. Is that correct?
I would say, looking at the actual work release that I have on hand, the effective rate of the individual that will be doing the observation will be approximately $82 an hour. And that is, I believe, that includes their total overhead factors in that figure. You see, that's their fee for observer one. And really, when you factor in things like mileage, which I believe in this particular fee schedule, they show about $1 a mile. It could be upwards of $1,000 a day, depending on the amount of hours they work in a day. Some days they might work 5 hours, and other days they might work 12. It just depends on the work on that at that time.
Well, I'm just reading this, and it staff analysis, it says the professional services contract proposed by Sunrise Engineering is for observation of the project for 100 days, 8 hours per day, and the total contract is to not exceed $100,000. At that hourly rate, times 8 hours a day for the 100 days, it comes to $65,600. And so you're saying there's gonna be $40,000 worth of travel in 100 days?
There's also a potential for doing red line plans, so as constructed plans for the project, where the observer will be able to indicate where changes have been made in the field. And usually that takes time to prepare that document, the red lines. And then, the potential for needing some additional consultation with, construction engineers who are licensed engineers in the state of Wyoming for the work, where, if we needed a little extra help in making that observation and helping us make decisions in the field, that would be helpful. I don't believe that we are going to reach that $100,000 mark. I think it'll be less than that, but it's easier to get ahead of it now than to come back where we're over encumbering, where we have unauthorized expenditures on our task order, or not task orders, but with these, work releases, where they're working for us for free. I'd just rather get ahead of that and have some buffer. It's not something that this is not a lump sum schedule that you might be familiar with. With some consultants, they'll do things in lump sum and say, we get the $100,000 regardless of what happens. No, this is like a time and materials, or a T&E, T&M kind of situation where I look at each individual billing that the observer is doing to ensure that they are meeting the fee schedule and not overrunning their hours. On a daily basis, Sunrise Engineering will be providing a report at the end of each day. If it's at the council's pleasure, I can include your email addresses in that so you can see the work that the observer is doing to ensure that, you know, the project is being built properly.
Councilman Durst?
So, let's just say that they were out there and, everything gets put in, and then, I don't know, let's say 6 months later, we have to dig it up because there is an issue of improper installation. Are they now gonna be on the hook? I mean, if they were out there observing and something goes in inappropriately under their watch, are they now financially responsible to deal with all of that problem?
No, they're not. No, it's still on the contractor in terms of any kind of.
Well,
That would be included in the contract. I can't remember, how the warranty played out in this particular contract. I have to go back and take a look at that.
But I guess if something inappropriate happens under their watch, what is their accountability then?
They're there to help us as a field representative, to help communicate, to observe, and to document. Their role is not to make decisions. There's no implied warranty in the work that they perform. They're not like a contractor, it's a consultant, which is just a little different.
Okay, so going back to my earlier question, they have no authority.
Correct.
The best they can do is call you.
Yes.
And say, this is what I've observed or seen.
So I'm not going to put, RMI, Construction Services in a bad position right now, but in the field, every time I've gone in the field, you know, several times a week, I'll go up and I'll see something that the contractor has done that I wish I had known about, that, if I had an observer in the field helping make that communication with me, if we could get on it, ensure a higher degree of quality. It's so much harder, to make decisions without the information.
Councilman Smith?
Maybe this question might answer Councilman Durst's, concern. This project is bonded, is it not?
We have the bonds which are signed by the contractor's, bonding company. There was an issue with the notary, and it was notarized and signed yesterday. I'm seeing the contractor, tomorrow. He's delivering those here to City Hall.
So that would probably, if there's something that went awry, that would cover that at some future point. I don't know what we'd have to do to have it all covered, but that's why the bond is there.
So let me answer more directly your question about the warranty, if I may. if you'd like, let me look up this file really quickly if that's appropriate. So far as I know, it just follows under the standard city, protocols for, an implied warranty with the contractor, with RMI, within the public works standard specifications, which I believe is 1 or 2 years.
Councilman Weisenberg?
So, when I've been involved in pipeline work and stuff in the past, it's always been, the contractor supplies the superintendent, which is over a lot of that stuff. So what is our superintendent doing on this site?
Okay, good question. So the superintendent is supplied by the contractor to ensure that the workers are doing the work per plan, that they're doing their job. But our role as the city is to have someone come in as a quality assurance. Their job would be quality control. Our job as the city is to ensure that they install it per, like, the specifications in terms of quality. It's us acting as our own, they act as, what's the best way for me to describe this? We've got representation on the ground for their people, their superintendent, and then we'd essentially have someone on our side telling us when their superintendent is not in line, essentially. So it's so helpful because we need someone, in every construction project I've ever been on, to allow a contractor to do the work without inspection or an observer is insanity. I'm telling you that right now. And if we do not have someone out there inspecting this line and telling you when they're putting in pieces of rock that will crush the pipe when someone drives out there on their weekend vacation and joyrides and crushes that pipe, and we don't have water at the city because we didn't ensure the quality, because I couldn't be out there 24/7 while the contractor's working, I can't offer that. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. We have to have someone observing for the city to ensure the quality, because it's in our best interest to do that. In terms of engineering, it's a very common practice to have an engineer's representative for the city on the ground observing, and to not do that, I believe, would be very unprofessional and also, very risky for the city. It's almost,
I understand.
Why did we hire a company that we have to watch it so closely? I mean, do we have the wrong engineer, wrong company doing the work, or what are you saying?
It happens all the time.
what I'm saying is even the best contractors have quality problems. Even the very best contractors have quality problems. And, so a good example is, let's look at, Walnut Street. That's a prime example of how things typically run, is you have an engineer's representative for, construction, and in this case, it was Coffee Engineering. They were acting as a project engineer for the city on a day-to-day basis, working with the contractor in terms of, partnering with them, with the city to make observations and to make decisions with the city. But then Lewis and Lewis was entirely just the contractor. They were the prime construction contractor, that they were doing their duty, and they were building things per plan. But Coffee Engineering oversaw the quality assurance of that project. And so that's a very common practice in engineering.
I understand what you're saying, and I've seen it on all sides of things. You don't have to be a qualified engineer to go out there and supervise that job, though. We have, individuals that work within our city that install water lines every day, and why can't we have one of those individuals overseeing and reporting and making sure that don't happen?
That's a really good question. If we'd like to, we could set someone up to be an inspector, for the city as a representative. Many governments have their own inspectors to go do that work for construction projects, but they have to understand the public works specifications, they have to understand the contract, And it's not just how to install a piece of pipe, but how to do it per contract. And that's the critical aspect of hiring someone who can come and do the construction observation for the city.
Councilman Smith?
In my mind, it goes to liability and the certified person with the appropriate education to make those calls. And so that's where I'm coming from. It's less than 1% of $1.5 million that we're looking at. And if it saves us $200,000 to do something, then I think it's worth it.
Should we hire somebody to watch them though? And then somebody to watch that guy? And, I mean, 'cause how you gonna know? Councilman Durst?
I was just gonna say, I share your frustration, I understand. I mean, it just seems painfully ridiculous. But I guess I would just argue that in the end, considering what's being done, it's not going outside of a specified budget, and while it's frustrating, I think what we get back out of it could be, I mean, to dig that water line up would just be beyond, I mean, that would be it.
Yeah, but this isn't gonna guarantee nothing.
No, but at least it's one more set of eyes that's in our favor. In other words, we're paying them for our best interest to watch that versus, I guess, paying a contractor for our interest isn't, I don't know, I get it,
But this is an engineered project that has engineering. We've hired a company that, they're not beginners, they've done this. Then to have to pay somebody it's just redundant, to me, that's all. I mean, if we're gonna do this, maybe we should hire somebody to watch these guys. I mean, 'cause then it would really be in our best interest. Don't know.
May I make a comment, sir?
Yeah.
So, and this is not to knock RMI, every contractor has problems. At least 5 or 6 times I've gone out and seen sandstone chunks, as big as this laptop, sitting directly on top of the line. That was then to be put over with backfill, at least 5 times. And it's to a point where it's been an issue that's been communicated with the contractor. It would be so helpful if we had an observer to say, hey, we need to shut down the job for quality right now until this can be addressed. Just the quality, it just really help out in terms of ensuring that we have good quality in the field. And so, like in all my years with, Colorado Department of Transportation, all of our major engineering projects had construction observation. And I believe that YDOT has the same practice. They have construction observers for all their major construction and minor construction projects. And project engineers in construction to represent the agency.
Councilman Weisberg?
So you're saying, you went there 5 times, that you've had these problems with, the chunks of the soil, ultimately it's due to winter and the frost, so, I'm sure that's how you get the chunks in that soil out there.
Oh, it's,
So when you talked about bedding that pipe, did they not bed it properly too?
that's the issue, is that when they would put in the bedding, that they would put in the bedding on the bottom and properly do all the packing on the sides, that they would do the packing up to the point. But there would be times when I'd come and I'd see in the field on top, directly on top of the pipe, where the bedding sits, rock sitting where bedding should be, where we're paying for bedding material that's not being used like it should, and instead there's debris because we're encountering sandstone cuts through and along the reservoir. That material is then entering into the trench directly on top of the pipe, which then will be compacted and driven on. PVC, if you drive over something like PVC that is as brittle as it is, and it has rock on top of it, it's gonna make the pipe fail. We've had multiple pieces of pipe in the field already break. We have probably almost 10 pieces of pipe that were ordered that the contractor is gonna have to replace because it's so brittle with the temperatures that they have to replace almost 10 pieces of pipe already, and the fitting as well, because of the brittleness, because of the cold. And RMI is a great contractor, and it's been really good working with them. They're a great partner, but just in terms of quality, having the assurance that we know that it was installed without that rock on top of the pipe, those larger pieces would be so helpful.
Any further discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor.
I think
Daryl. Oh, Daryl?
Yeah, I work out at Sinclair Pipeline, and what he's talking about is pretty common. When we have contractors working on the pipeline, we always have somebody from our company for quality insurance to make sure everything is going as company policy. And so I definitely see the importance of it. And I just wanted to say, it's a big pipeline company, and if we do it, I don't see why we wouldn't do it as a city.
Anything else? Okay, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay. The 1 nay was Mayor Whitcomb.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is to have me appoint 3 members to the governing body to the committee for the civil service rules adjustment. I had 4 people ask for this position. I pulled out 3 names, and it will be Councilman Smith, Councilman Weisenberg, and Councilman Garner. And the reason I pulled everybody's qualified, I just did that. All right.
So are we supposed to do a motion on that then? Is that,
No, I think it's,
we just,
I
so we did it? It's done?
the way I read it was I'm supposed to appoint 3 people.
No, that's, I just, cause there is a motion, I wasn't sure.
Is there
Yeah,
but does it need to be a motion?
It's just, the judge says you make the appointment.
So,
That's what I thought.
just notify, okay, cool.
Okay.
Carry on.
All right. So the next thing on our agenda is to approve the impact assistance projects. And, I would entertain a motion there. Let's see, wait a minute. There is no motion, is there?
There is, yeah.
What is going on with my computer? Let's see. Where is that at?
It's under G.
Yeah, okay, I got it now. I was just too far down, sorry. All right, I would entertain a motion, Vice Mayor Wells.
I motion to allocate the remaining Chokecherry Impact Assistance Funds of $907,292 towards water infrastructure fixes.
I second.
Councilman Smith seconds it. There's been a motion made and seconded to allocate the remaining Chokecherry Impact Assistance Funds of $907,292 towards water infrastructure fixes. Is there any discussion? Councilman Smith?
Yes, I would like to have the city manager address the two items that have been brought by other council members, with regard to the skating park and the dog park money. And then also, the question that I had, and I think you'll probably answer it for us, is that there was something regarding not using one of these pots of money for enterprise fund projects. And I specifically am asking if it's allowable for, use of metering, for water metering.
Honorable Mayor and Council, let me start from kind of the beginning here, just a quick recap. At the council meeting on October 19th, the council approved $2.286 million for the unmitigated impacts for Choke Cherry Wind Farm project. The Choke Cherry is the one that has very few or little restrictions at all. The TV Flats, Gateway West, and Nicola can be used for general fund related items, but it can't be used for like the enterprise, the water. And so the Choke Cherry, if we were to do water related things, would need to come out of Choke Cherry for meters. And to answer that first question, one of the suggestions that has been brought up, and I think that there's good reason behind the suggestion, that the skate park and the dog park funding that we allocated, it is an appropriate allocation the way we've done this and how it was approved before. But the reality is that if the legislature is, you know, taking a look at this and they're like, oh, it might appear like it were frivolous, when the reality is it is okay. But what I would suggest to the council is that we pull that impact assistance funds away from those two items and instead take from the general fund reserve and pay for it that way, just to avoid that potential perception of it being a frivolous sort of thing, if that makes sense. So that's one suggestion. The other thing, so after we designated the 2.2, looking at the fund balance, the remaining in the Choke Cherry is $907,292. One thing that I would like to do is to take the $2.2 million and basically take some of those projects and reallocate them into the TV Flats, Gateway West, and Ecola to use up all of those remaining funds because they're a little bit more restrictive. And then that would free up that amount that we would pay for those. We could then take that extra money that is not so restrictive and put that additional amount into water infrastructure. So it would be the $907,000 plus the $219, $143, and $129, and that way we could use all for water infrastructure is kind of what I'm thinking. And then if there's, I think this would be a great time also to just kind of open it up to the council. If the council feels like we need to make any adjustments to the funds that we already allocated, maybe we could have a conversation about that too, if there's any concerns. And please let me know if any clarification is needed right now.
I like the idea of pulling those two projects out of the impact funds because I think it would be much easier to explain to the legislature, because eventually we're gonna be sitting in front of them, and they are looking at it, and they're looking at adjusting the amount of percentage that we get in funds. So I do like taking those out of there. It just makes it a little easier to explain to them that our impact is water and not a dog park or a skate park and such like that. So I like that idea, and I'd like to see that happen. The other thing is allocating all of this stuff towards water. We're gonna need it, so it's a no-brainer to me, but.
That was, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
that was kind of my take also. The legislature was one. The second is, I know that we're gonna be sitting downstairs sometime talking about enterprise funds and having to do some adjusting if the numbers from the bond or the audits come in different. And when we start doing that, I'm gonna go to the public and say, look, I didn't wanna pay for these toys. I wanted to pay for the water. I wanna make sure that that water line is complete, that we had the money for it, and I don't want the staff to have to come back up here and say, look, we made a mistake, we got another problem, we need X amount of money. And that's where I'm at, so, it's not so much explaining it to the legislature, but explaining it to the public. And I know that some of these things, I'm very supportive of, but I think that we need to hold back a little bit and see where we're at, because I think we could get ourselves in some problems come time to discuss some of these enterprise funds. We're already taking money, we've already voted to take money from the general account and put it into the enterprise funds. And, do we have to do that again later on? I hope not. That's where I'm at.
Councilman Smith?
I want to make very, very sure that the dog park and the skate park will be funded if we take it out of here. And then the other question I have, I know when this formula was put forth to, the impact assistance committee, that legislative body, there's so much of this is formula, so much to police, so much to other departments as we go down the line. And there was nothing specifically said, what was to go to the police officers or anything like that. It was just to offset whatever operations costs that they may have. But I have a question. I don't know if this has been bought already or whether it's to be bought. But if we're worried about skating parks for kids, which is a healthy thing in the community to have for kids to do, versus a wildlife sign, then obviously I'm gonna, I kinda wanna know if we have that already, but it's the same thing. I can't justify a wildlife sign when I'm sitting in front of the legislature. That should be coming out of our general operation. Just said, nothing against police department or anything, because I support them, but same logic applies to me.
What's the dollar figure on that one?
It's about 5,500, or no, total cost 16,500. No, that's flashing time.
Oh,
This is only
900.
900. But yeah, there's still $900.
I wanna say one other thing is, I do wanna see the skate park and the dog park built. I do wanna do that, I just wanna do it in a way that we aren't shooting ourselves in the foot when we go try to explain how that's an impact. And it's just keeping things straight, that's all. It's left pocket, right pocket stuff, but it's the way it looks.
And then I wanna make sure that, that we can do some use of these funds for water meters.
Well, it'd be for water.
Water in general, but water meters would be under that broad title. Okay.
Well, and I understand that water meter problem is, but that's not a problem if you can't get water here. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I'd like to just, second what Councilwoman Smith said, the skate park, dog park. We promised the community, we allocated funds already, we've had town halls, everybody's interested, that has to go through. There's other things in here, I understand work trucks and stuff like that, but I'm the same way. I mean, we're gonna spend $50,000 on a new work truck. What do we need a new work truck for exactly? They could just keep repair what we have. We have a lot of new in that fleet that I see driving around anyways. It's just things like that we can look at and use at a different, on something different. We had talked about, lease programs and stuff like that for, rotating vehicles out anyway. So we got, I think I seen, 3 trucks in here, I think it was. I don't think we should be using that impact assistance funds for that stuff. We could put it towards other things too.
Well, the rolling stock, does comply with, I would have no problem, I guess, explaining to a bunch of mean senators, and that's where you're gonna be. Seriously, I could justify that, the rolling stock. As far as absolute need, that's a whole nother issue, but, does it comply with, an impact? You can identify that as the truck being wore out because of the extra people and such like that, and I believe the answer would be yes, but.
I also believe we could justify the skate park in there too, right? I mean, it's a way to keep kids off the street, keep them away from everything. It's, amount of people coming to the community, it's a recreational deal, and that's an allowed deal.
True, but a lot of our impacts don't involve children, you know, and a lot of these people don't bring their children with us.
But
Let them be temporary workers.
But that's not to say that they don't bring their children and there's things here for them to do, right? I mean, either or, we can justify anything and everything that's in there. I'm just saying, I don't wanna see that dog park or the skate park go away. There are several things in this funds here that could be eliminated and put towards infrastructure.
Well, I don't want them to go away either. Well, the proposal is to pay for them out of a different fund is all. Same difference, right pocket, left pocket stuff.
Procedurally, Mayor, in my mind, do we have to do a budget amendment then, or that's what we were looking at the next council meeting, maybe to move this along a little bit, we're bogged down and we're in the weeds. So what do you want us to do tonight is, approve these again, or just have it brought back with the amendments made, and then we can look at it again, or I guess I just need to know where we're going here.
No, go ahead. Let's listen to Sean about that for a second.
It's definitely council's pleasure. I think one thing you could do is, just like the motion reads right now, you could allocate the $907,000 and get that in place. And then next time we could bring a budget amendment, and any other tweaks you'd like to see and kind of take care of that in one fell swoop. That'll give me a little time to kind of wordsmith and get it ready for y'all. But we could tackle this multiple ways.
So my question, if I could interrupt you, is that $907,000 figure, is that not including deductions of this, dog park and skate park money?
Yeah, this is extra that
This
we
is
haven't
extra, does not
designated as
include
the
anything.
remaining
Okay.
choke cherry, yeah,
That would make the motion really clean.
yeah.
I was just gonna say what Sean said.
All right. Any other? Okay, hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is ratification of a resolution for, ratifying authorization of the submission, Councilman Smith.
I move to approve ratifying, authorizing the submission of a Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police, LOSCOP, 2022 enforcing underage drinking grant in the amount of $1,568 to provide and enhance collaborative efforts in support, protection, and education regarding underage drinking to the youth of Rawlins.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve ratifying authorizing the submission of a Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chief of Police 2022 enforcing underage drinking grant in the amount of $1,568 to provide and enhance collaborative efforts in support, protection, and education regarding underage drinking to the youth of Rawlins. Is there any discussion? Chief Ward, if you would like to speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Michael with the Rawlins City Police Department. This is a grant, funded by the state of Wyoming and managed by LASCOP. The funds for this, the Rawlins Police Department normally applies for this every year and receives funds. We typically use them to pay overtime for officers patrolling at, Music in the Park and different high school related events. We had this grant last year and there's no matching funds required from the city.
Does anybody have any questions? Pretty straightforward stuff. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. At this point, I'm gonna call a 10-minute recess.
We are not going to mute, because it's because of the audio control. No.
I'm gonna be listening.
You're just waiting.
Your wife, your daughter,
Yeah.
We're having issues
That are more.
All that money's illegal. I have money right now. I have a whole, probably, 240 kilos. I've never something that would train. That's what I'm saying. You turn on the TV, now you want to get the whole back.
How are you, sir?
You know, I got a couple of calls today.
So I was out of town all week.
You and I can talk at any time.
Oh, the hospital thinks they're gonna lose us to 20. Yeah, one of the board members resigned, that board member is like, we all have to have our health workers by March 6th.
Thank you.
Are not going to end up with an exemption. These bills are already going out. And so if you put in for an exemption and you have, you're gonna find out. Now, there's still time for someone to put in, but what the government states is that those employees who have not yet put in have been honest and saying that, well, I don't have it through. Well, so they're not going to put in yet. There's about 20 employees who will either have to decide, okay, I'm gonna change my mind to vaccine, or I'm not gonna be employed in the hospital. Studies show that it's probably gonna be 5 to 10%, that's not Wyoming, that's just generally. It's not on yet, it's getting turned on. But I'm turning it on.
Yes.
Fair warning.
And if she has any chocolate or whatever.
Turn it on.
I'll text you.
I know, I was just thinking chocolate, you know, something.
I don't have any,
Yeah.
Don't forget to refresh people.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, don't forget to refresh. Good for you.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
I'm still logged in.
Daryl, just confirming you're still there.
No.
Okay, we agree.
Thanks.
All right, are we ready to go? I'll call the meeting back to order, it's 9:52. And the next thing on our agenda is, a discussion about the Community Heart and Soul Program. And it's a discussion item, and I will, turn the floor over to, Nate and, Andrea.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for the time this evening. It's, already been a full evening, and, our intent is certainly to not drag it out any longer than needed, but, so, we're here to talk about Community Heart and Soul. And I first have a disclaimer and a disclosure. First, while I am the Director of Economic Development, I'm not representing an economic development viewpoint alone. I have Andrea here, we'll ask Byra to join us as well. So this Heart and Soul program isn't a community outreach program alone either. Really, Community Heart and Soul is a deep dive, a comprehensive program that produces results applicable to every aspect of a municipality. In line with our current and evolving strategic plan, Community Heart and Soul will touch and influence each of the 5 directives, those being employees, beautification, infrastructure, community trust and engagement, community and economic development, and even beyond those 5. In short, Community Heart and Soul will help all of us, city staff, city council, to do our jobs infinitely better. Now, my disclosure. I think it's important that I share with this council that my intention and goal tonight is to receive council's blessing to move forward with implementing the Community Heart and Soul program. So, with that, I hope to help the council better understand what Community Heart and Soul is. And to do that, I'll share some of the highly likely results, and then I'll explain how those results are achieved with Heart and Soul. So, results, deeper community feedback, involvement, and engagement, greater community unity and trust. The city departments, the city leadership, and the city council will be much better informed and empowered to understand the thoughts and feelings of city residents. That will then help inform our master plan, our strategic plan, department-specific plans, and so forth. Rollins, another huge result is that Rollins will finally have a clearly defined identity, one that we can all easily articulate. And another result is that there are several Heart and Soul communities across the country that have gone through the program and have seen great results, but there has yet to be a Wyoming Heart and Soul community. So this would make us, in just one more way, a pioneer in the state. So how does Heart and Soul accomplish that? It is an organization and a foundation that provides a proven road mapping guide. So basically, we'd be going through a process that's tried and true. We're not having to reinvent the wheel. Through the program, we would also hire an expert coach as a like a contract or a consultant basis. So when I say hire, that's what I mean in that sense. The coach would be somebody who is familiar with the program and who has successfully helped other communities work through the program, and so we're getting that expert guide. Another way Heart and Soul is achieved is that we would identify a local individual who would really work as the engine in moving this program forward. Our recommendation as staff would be that that person be hired on a contract basis, so not a employee of the city in terms of benefits and so forth. It would also be part-time work, so up to 30 hours a week, and it would be temporary. We're talking up to 2 years, a 2-year time frame. Realistically, I guess between a year and 2 years. Just depends on how long it takes to work through the program. Another element of the program is a steering committee. So we have a coach, we have kind of that key driver in the community who's hired and focused on moving the project forward. But then we would work to get 20 to 30 Rollins residents to come in as volunteers to help move the effort forward as well. But clearly they wouldn't be putting in as much time as that contracted individual. Another, I guess, approach to this is that Heart and Soul is an inside-out program rather than an outside-in or a skin-deep only approach. And what I mean by that is an observation of previous plans developed for municipalities and even specific to Rollins. You could say that you could look at these plans that were hired out through consultant work that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and you could read through them and kind of question, how is this plan unique or specific to Rollins versus any other community or any other community in Wyoming or any other community on the I-80 corridor? Which kind of brings up a pretty deep concern, right? If the city is going to spend time, money, and energy on anything, I think that we would want that to be unique and specific to us and not like a mold that just kind of gets churned out with, let's change the name on this one and send it out and collect our paycheck. Heart and Soul, well, I'll get into the process here briefly, but Heart and Soul works completely opposite, where it's a very tailored approach, where we're really looking at that community feedback to then inform the rest of it. And it can't possibly produce a plan or a guide or data or results that are gonna work for any other community, because it's ours. And hence the name, Heart and Soul. You know, that, there's other programs, I think, that, again, you could name them Skin Deep, and it'd probably be accurate. So let's describe the process and the next steps, I guess, involved. The whole approach, and the efforts being done would be to basically build on the success that we've already seen with our town hall meeting approach, where we're calling individual community members together, in various group sizes, various demographics, and discussing just the whole gamut of topics relating to our city. So we're getting that feedback on a much larger scale than what we've even seen from our community surveys, for example. We're having more conversation and dialogue versus just answering a series of questions. And, you know, I reflect on just earlier tonight, the work session that we had. Jason shared the power of the town hall meeting approach, right? Councilman Durst, you expressed gratitude for holding the town hall meetings, but I also heard excitement for the increased community involvement through that approach. And then Councilwoman Smith, you shared your own personal experience of attending these town hall meetings, how they were informative for you as a member of the council. And something that, for myself as a staff member, it's important to me that, one, I'm acting in line with this council's directives and what's important to you, but also that we're making decisions that are sound and informed and based on what is really of interest to the whole city. As I try to put myself in your guys' shoes, it would be extremely important to me to know what my constituents want and to know what the city's voice is, right? That's ultimately what Heart and Soul would help us accomplish. So some of the next steps, again, we're here tonight in hopes for a nod of approval to implement or begin the process with Heart and Soul. We would bring a formal resolution at next council meeting, provided we get the nod today. But we'd also, we need to get community support, right? So we would start off with another public town hall meeting where it's open to all who want to attend. But we would also, as a staff and in a joint effort with the council, work to identify who would be part of that 20 to 30 member steering committee. Then once we've kind of identified that core group, that would be a great group to work with as far as identifying that part-time temporary contractor. And then I've already touched on how the program is executed really through multiple meetings, town halls, discussions, conversations that are, that we would receive assistance from a coach, but that we'd also have a hired hand who is focused on moving the effort forward. Is this making sense so far? Any questions, any concerns at this stage?
I'd say probably time, but carry on.
Okay.
From that point of view.
Well, the last piece I have is the financials. You have to know the information here, right? So I mentioned the hiring of the coach, again, that kind of consultant individual. Someone who is within the Heart and Soul Network, and we'd be looking at, well, I should back up. The whole program has a duration of up to 4 years.
Well, it's 2 years to do the thing, but we can do it within a year and a half. But then the buy-in of the program is you go the long haul. That program will last forever. This would set the foundation for this community to move forward. Once we've done the hard work for a year and a half, to move forward with that plan in perpetuity.
I guess, you know, really the input portion is about year and a half to 2 years. But then we're looking at an initial implementation period, maybe another year or two. But Andrew's exactly right. This would really guide us, indefinitely. I mean, of course, trends will change, population shifts and things, and so it would be good to revisit. But, anyway, the coach would really be with us for that first initial period, to kind of guide us through the whole process. Hiring the program lead, again, that person would be temporary, part-time, contract-based. We're looking at a maximum of a 2-year period, that costing about $35,000 to $45,000 to pay for that, you know, $15 an hour, 30 hours a week for 2 years, basically. With that, there are a couple grant opportunities. So I mentioned that there's a Heart and Soul Foundation. So they have a $10,000 seed grant that would be available to help. And then the Wyoming Business Council has a rural development grant of $2,500. So, the next stage here, though, is that for fiscal year '22, there's already been $40,000 allocated for strategic plan projects, which we recommend be used for Heart and Soul. So, I guess on the high end, we're looking at possibly needing additional $17,500 allocated in the next fiscal year budget. But on the low end, provided we don't, you know, the contract employee doesn't have to work as many hours or go for as long of a period, this is, all the costs are potentially already covered through grant money and through what's already been allocated. Does that make sense?
Councilman Smith?
Could I just kind of boil this down? This sounds like the Heartland model that we used to have. We did a Gear Up for Growth, 30, 40 years ago now, where we invited all the organizations in to sit down, and we divided up topics of, you know, affordable housing, infrastructure, medical, all those different topics, and then we had the groups break up and work on that. So my question to you, is that sort of what the nuts and bolts of this gonna look like? Also, does this take the place of having our community development plan? Remember we have a community development plan we wanted to have. Does this take the place of that, or is this to facilitate that? And then, is that $40,000 that's set aside, is that for our community development grant or money?
Okay, I might need help. So, I believe, do you wanna take the first question? Okay.
First of all, it would help facilitate the community development plan. It's an umbrella structure that helps us set the tone. And some tenets of the program are, we include unheard voices, we have emerging new leaders. I've only been here 3.5 months, but I've noticed the same people are always at the table. And we'd like to see new energy. As much as we appreciate the leaders we have now, we'd like to see that. The workshops that they offer really make you hone in and focus on what matters, and kind of provide the direction for that, for people to take inventory about what they like about the city and move forward with that. And then again, like I said earlier, we're in it for the long haul. As far as the budget, the $40,000 is allocated in the strategic planning budget line item for 21-22. So that money's there. The seed grant is $10,000, which will pay for the coach. It's like basically we ask them, give us the money, but we turn around and give it back to them for the coach. And then we have $5,000 of overhead, which would just be an office space for that person, accessibility to the photocopier, a computer, things like that, that would be in kind from the city, which we don't have to pay for out of pocket. So does that answer your question a little bit better?
No, yeah, but I guess the nuts and bolts of it is, okay, let me go back to a very small plan where when we wanted to do affordable housing years ago, we invited the bankers in and we invited other people, realtors, to come in and form a group. And out of that, we got several meetings and things like that, but they actually honed in on what we needed to do in these different categories. That's what you're proposing to do, correct?
I'm not sure, because I wasn't in that group or the group Get Ready for Growth, which sounds like a cool thing. But my understanding is this would be more full community-wide. They put a lot of effort into how do we talk to the middle school students? How do we talk to this population that maybe never has come to a city council meeting and doesn't even know we're on Facebook? It's a lot of focus on reaching those people who are not currently leaders at all, like Andrea said, which to me as community outreach is vitally important, and that's one reason that I really support this program. It's a lot of work, but I don't know how to reach the larger demographics without that amount of work. And then currently for the 40,000, 30,000 of that was set aside for, I don't remember what you called it. It was like branding and buying new decals to put on trucks. So it's basically in the line of branding. And then 10,000 was for city events, and we are running our events without needing that 10,000. And doing Heart and Soul, in my opinion, would be a great way to kick off the branding process, because we get that feedback, and we're not stuck with a brand that just, you know, the 50 people we happen to talk to are in support of. Does that answer the question? So we're not taking the money from the economic development plan.
Are we going to end up with a community development plan that is separated from this?
Yes, this is a base work, so I think you identify like a couple, like 6 core values and some value statements, and then we will use those going forward with other planning, such as the economic development plan and branding.
Yeah, Heart and Soul would inform the rest of our planning activities. So, and I'm sorry you said community development, but, so we have the grant, application in, and, it will be reviewed. We're hopeful to have that approved through the Wyoming Business Council. That would help us produce an economic development plan that is separate from Heart and Soul. However, Heart and Soul is certainly going to help inform our economic development plan. It would help inform our future strategic planning efforts. You know, as Myra works to fulfill her role in community relations, it would help inform that effort. So that was kind of the point, right? That we have a lot of great things happening in the city, but this gives us an opportunity to really not just get a pulse on the interest of the city, but the whole workup, right? Of really what the city is thinking, feeling, what direction they'd like to go, what's important to them in our legacy, and so forth. I think, like, branding is another example, right? That, just as Jason touched on, like, as a staff, we could get together, as a council, you can get together, and we can discuss branding, but, having more people come to that table to help inform what is it that all of us really love about Rollins, that's gonna produce better results than a smaller group of us attempting to do that.
It will help Myra, and of course it will help the community, but also for me, writing grants, we're already getting attention, thinking that we might be a Heart and Soul community, we'd be a leader in Wyoming, and it is the best practice in this nation right now. It's amazing. We sent you a little synopsis to look into, but there was also some web links in there that I would encourage you to go to and look at these transformations in these communities that have had this program. There's one in particular about Cortez, I could send it to you again. It's just amazing the work they've been able to do with this foundational program.
And that's a great segue. I'd actually like to invite Lynn, to share her own, like, personal experience. Again, we haven't seen this in Wyoming, but Lynn has, seen the results with some other communities, and if you could just share some thoughts there.
So the program actually started out of Vermont, and my husband and I have been through some of the towns that have benefited. Because we've lived there for so long, you know what the town looks like. Actually, there was towns in Maine that have received the same thing, that have like nothing, they have participated in the Heart and Soul program, and then they have turned the city around, and it's a thriving city. It's just, it takes a lot of work. There's no way getting around it. There's a lot of work. You have to have a lot of community effort. It's just not the city employees doing this. It's the residents. The residents need to have a buy-in. They need to want to save their community. They want to have it thrive. And that's what this Heart and Soul program does. It goes in, it helps out, but they just give you a little bit, like the money, this $10,000 is just seed money, but they have a lot of different programs to help out. But the city has to buy in, the residents have to buy in, because the employees cannot do it. We have to have city buy-in, and we have town meetings, and they have ideas to try to move forward. What does the residents, what would they like to see for their city? What do they want? And, you know, when you drive through some of these cities that I have, or my husband, you see the difference because of Night and Day. Some of them were on this thing of failing, just kind of going away. I mean, there's a lot of towns in Maine that are mill cities, mill towns. When the mills go away, there's nothing left, really. So you've got to have some kind of thing to revitalize the city, the town, to make it move forward, to want people to stay, to get people to want to come in, to live here, and to thrive, so.
And, you know, I'm not about to be Chicken Little tonight. I don't think the sky's falling, but we do have some alarming factors to consider. The most recent census was a topic of conversation, that our population drops down to 8,200. That will have an impact then on our sales tax revenue, because it's based on population percentage. You know, we have in my view, a wonderful opportunity to really choose our destiny and choose our direction, rather than maybe going along with the tide, but just really influencing it and deciding our course. So, based on kind of the concerns and the factors that as staff we've looked at, Heart and Soul is a program that addresses multiple issues and would bring about results in multiple areas. Any other questions, concerns?
Sean has his hand up.
Can you talk about what would happen at the next meeting if the council kind of likes this idea? There's an individual that would be willing to come here and talk about this more. The community buy-in meeting, this first council hall meeting that we would have, as we've explored the program, we've had a conversation with someone who is already a coach with Heart and Soul, and he has already said that he's willing to help lead that initial town hall meeting to better explain the program, to get that initial community engagement and excitement around what the program is and can do. Is that?
Any other discussion? So what's your guys' pleasure? What do you want to do? I'd like to know more about it before I commit, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
I would concede with that. I'll be honest with you, I don't, I just don't feel like I understand it. I mean, you've said a lot of things are gonna happen, but I've not heard the core of the how. What's gonna trigger to make that? So, my thoughts would maybe be bring this guy into a council meeting and maybe have a workshop or something where maybe a little bit different I don't know, maybe it could be understood a little bit better. I mean, I get it, the money's allocated or whatever, but, you know, I question how that 40,000 is getting spent. I don't feel like it's understood enough to support financially moving forward, from my point of view. It sounds interesting and it sounds neat, but I feel like there's a lot of details that need weeded out, because I can already see where this could get something different than sort of what it feels. Just my thoughts, that's all.
And my initial response to that would be that, it would probably be best to provide an opportunity for the council to connect with a coach or, someone in the Heart and Soul Network who can perhaps better explain it, and answer those questions than maybe I've been able to. And if I've done a poor job, I apologize.
No, there's no,
Don't mean it that way.
No, I
Don't mean it that way.
I don't
That's
think
fine.
that way. I was just, you know, covering my bases, that.
well, I got a question. Has there been any town that ever, went with this program that it didn't work out for them?
That's a great question, and, you know, of course, an organization isn't gonna lead out with, you know, choose us.
I sold cars for a living for
Here's
a
the
while,
ones
so
that
I
didn't work,
understand.
right? Here's all the returns, no. I will find out, you know, by going to Heart and Soul and asking, hey, what sort of, we've heard your success stories, but what's the rest of the story?
Yeah. Vice for Wells?
I'm not necessarily like against it or anything. I do think that it's probably a better fit for a workshop, because it's so much information. And I know we got an email from Sean, but it still just doesn't, I can't see it, you know what I mean?
I
So,
do, yeah.
I do think bringing in somebody to talk about it would probably, they're better salespeople, you know,
Okay.
for their own program, but.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Nate, I guess my question to you, after you get all the community input on all the various factors that you deal with in community development and economic development, what products are you hoping to get from this? I mean, how is it gonna help you do your job? Because I think in the end, that's where it's headed. You get all the community input, but it goes through a plan of some kind, i.e. economic development and community development, how we develop and plan and what we do in the future from this body outward. So I guess that's my question to you.
And I have 3 initial thoughts to answer that. One, in being brought in to this position, Director of Economic Development for the City of Rollins, you gotta ask yourself, like, the same question that all my friends and family have been asking me, what does that do? What is that, right? And in a lot of ways, I believe that is the, city salesman, that I'm tasked with selling businesses and individuals on the City of Rollins. So how do I do that when there's not a brand, right? How do I do that when there's not a consistent message of who we are and why we exist, you know, and what our goals are and what our vision is? I personally have been inspired by the work of the city over the last couple of years. But that's not necessarily the same things that a business is gonna consider when looking at Rollins to relocate versus somewhere else, right? You could say that same, the importance of a brand is also applies with our effort to attract traffic off of I-80. Why should having that brand would really help. Another example, I know that last council, we presented a plan and a vision of Mr. Grabo for, an electronic billboard and a welcome center, and, you know, we've talked about a wind museum and an energy museum, wind turbines and blades, all of these things, but what do we have to say that, the community, that there's a majority population in our community that likes that idea too? I mean, we've seen the results of, like Starbucks, for example. We want to, there's a developer interested in coming to Rollins, and that's been met with mixed reviews. And the conversation around being able to make that happen has been met with mixed reviews. I think we're in a much better position to get that community input in advance and to build that trust and those relationships today, so that as we move forward with development options or decisions that we're making, we're not getting the feedback after the fact. Does that make sense?
Nate, my question to you is, are you going to get the tools that you need from this to give to prospective businesses that may want to relocate or start up here? Is this going to do that for you? Is it going to give you those tools? So that's what you're getting at, is you want, you know, all of this data that you have to have for this job.
Yeah.
Be able to present it to, like, well, several places that wanted to come in years ago. So that's what you're getting at, is you want to put together all that packet of information, tools, ideas, voices, so that you've got something to work with, to proceed on, to develop Rollins.
And my answer is yes and more, right? That we're talking about data that a consultant that spends 2 weeks looking at our city and charges, you know, the same $40,000, they're not gonna give us the level of data that Heart and Soul gives us. Also, like I said at the very beginning, this isn't just for economic development, it's not just for community development or community relations, it informs everything that we do. You know, we talked beautification tonight as well, right? Yeah, that all looks, you know, the plans, they look great to us, you know, but chances are there's insights in our community that we're not getting, you know?
Respectfully, what I hear you all saying is you need more information before you can make an informed decision. And I hear you asking some questions that we'd like to flesh out with the coach. Would it be acceptable to you all to set a work session, and I will see if the coach that volunteered to help us with this process could, I think he's in California, I don't know. Anyways, to be over the Zoom and have more discussion with you all, and then also to send you all these vignettes of different cities that this has been successful in, so that you can look at those before the meeting and have a better idea of what successes have happened with the program. Would that be helpful?
It would. I'd like to know also, has it been tried and not been successful, and maybe why not? Maybe that's our set of circumstances, maybe it's not.
I actually have a little bit of information on that topic. I've heard that sometimes communities do fail because they don't get the buy-in they need. The group wears out, they burn out in 4 months. So, respectfully, we can all sit in this room and say that this is a great plan and we want to throw all of our resources at it, but unless we get the buy-in of the community, also, it won't be effective. And that's where the failures I've heard about, it's not so much that the program failed, it's that the community didn't have the buy-in to pull it off.
And that would be the point of having the initial town hall meeting, is because it includes a workshop that does an assessment for community readiness before you submit the grant, to show that this is a community that's poised and ready with their leadership and with this broad town hall meeting to venture into this particular program.
Okay, I think we've beat it to death, so unless somebody has anything we haven't heard yet, we're gonna move on. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is, discussion of, boards and commission reports. And let's see who's leading that discussion. It'll be Sean. Thank you.
I think this is a important discussion to have with our boards and commissions and how they communicate with the council. I think, like in the past, there's kind of this hodgepodge of, like, sometimes we'll get a board that comes in and informs the council on something, and there's not like a mechanism or a set way to do things. And I just wanted to pose the question to council that maybe, between all of these boards and commissions, which I counted as 12, once a month, we invited, so each one would come once a year, to come and just have a conversation with council, and maybe they inform the council, hey, we're struggling with X, Y, Z, we need some extra training, we need, you know what I mean? Like, I think we are missing some important communication that we could have otherwise, and so I just wanted to pose that question to council.
I agree with you. I can tell you when I first became a commissioner, they were appointing, board members without interviewing them and whatnot, and I ruffled some feathers, but I insisted that we had some form to interview these people, and it wasn't necessarily to make sure they were qualified. It was because I didn't know what half them boards did. I had no idea what problems they had. There was no way I could help them because I didn't understand what their job was or what struggles they were having, and these people all do work for us, basically, or with us, and I think the more we are connected with them, the better. The more we know about, what they're doing, where they're going, what their problems are, I think we could help them and they could help us. Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I had brought this up because of some advisory board stuff that I had seen and heard myself, but, I'd like to have them biannually, actually. There's 12 of them, I think, that'd just be one group every council meeting, at that point in time, because there's 2 council meetings in a month. I think that'd be better.
Once
What's that?
a month, is that what it is?
If it was biannually, it'd be one group to come every council meeting through the year.
So they would come here twice a year or whatever.
Yeah.
I think we need to know what they're doing and vice versa. How do you guys?
No, I guess my only question is like, I'm gonna put on the other hat as a board member, what do you wanna hear? I mean, what would, like, just kind of what we've done for the last 6 months and where we're headed, and just kind of an open communication, would that be?
And your challenges.
Philosophically, kind of what we're.
Well, what do I know about the airport?
Sure, and that's.
I would love to know more about it. What do I know about, any of these? So I think having them come in.
Yeah, to answer that a little bit, is some of them boards have a challenge, right? Like an advisory board. It's not, one thing that I've seen is one advisory board is thriving, the other advisory board don't get anything happening and it's a fight, right? And I've witnessed that myself. So it's just things like that could be solved, because we know what they're presenting, we don't know what we don't know what we can help them with without them being here in that report.
And I think that's a wonderful way to get it started.
Sean?
Just another point too, we wanna make sure that they're having a really positive experience on their boards, and I think it's a really good opportunity for council to say thank you for what you're doing. That personal touch with them, I think, goes a long way, and then it makes it so more people are wanting to be on these boards and commissions because of this. Like, it seems to be a lot of positive that can come from something like that.
Hard to work together when you never talk.
It's a great start.
I think we all agree that'd be good.
And they're not just coming when we have a problem with something that's going on, they're telling us what they need and we can help them out,
Okay, so, Darrell, did you have something?
I was just wanting to clarify, is this once, every single meeting or, once a month?
Well, if they came twice a year, to see each board twice a year, we would, be seeing one board every meeting. And then that would rotate them through to where every 6 months we would hear a report from each one of these. Does that answer your question, Darrell?
Yeah, and the reason I asked is just because it's 10:30 and we do that every single meeting. These meetings are gonna keep getting longer and longer. I agree that we need to talk to them, but, we use a lot of time out doing this, so, is there a way we can consolidate it?
Well, we can have extra meetings.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Darrell, I think what I would suggest is let's give it a try to begin with and see how it goes. You know, if it turns into, we're constantly getting into 30 or 40-minute discussions, then maybe we reevaluate it. But if it comes out that generally it's 3 to 5 minutes, you know, maybe it won't turn into that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So maybe just see how it goes.
Or give them a set amount of time.
Go for it, try and make.
Report and let's get over it.
You got 10 minutes, go for it, or something like that, yeah.
Okay, that sounds good, thanks.
All righty. Are we ready to move on? Next thing on our agenda is an executive session, Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to enter into executive session at 10:37 PM per Wyoming statute 64405. To consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, and to consider the appointment, employment, right to practice, or dismissal of a public officer, professional person, or employee, or to hear complaints or charges brought against an employee, professional person, or officer, unless the employee, professional person, or officer requests a public hearing. The governing body may exclude from the public or private hearing during the examination of a witness any or all other witnesses in the matter being investigated. Following the hearing or executive session, the governing body may deliberate on its decisions in executive session.
Been a motion made and seconded to go into executive session at 10:38. Linda did.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry.
Is there any discussion? Please open online voting. This should be very quick.
Online voting is open.
You got 10 minutes, you know.
I'll leave my opinions at the door.
Yep.
That'll help.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 7 yeas. I'm already getting that, sorry.
Stephanie, can I change